for being here on the May 12th, 2025 Charlotte City Council business meeting. I want to say thank you for all of you being here, and I want to take a few moments. We have a lot of things that are going on, and so I want to talk a little bit about this after our introductions. So we'll start with our city clerk for introductions.
Billy Tons, Deputy City Clerk.
Anthony Fox, Interim City Attorney.
Good evening. I'm Renee Johnson, and I have the honor of representing District 4.
Good evening, Dimple Ajmera, at-large member.
Vi Lyles, Mayor.
Marcus Jones, City Manager.
Good evening, Luana Mayfield, Council Member at Large.
Good evening, Victoria Watlington, at large.
All right.
Good afternoon, Tijuana Brown, District 3.
Did I miss anyone? Did we miss anyone else? Okay, thank you all for those introductions. Before we begin with our agenda, I want to announce a couple of changes to the council schedule for next week. The budget adjustments meeting that was scheduled for 2 p.m. on Monday will be on Monday, May the 19th, will now be at 1 p.m. And the zoning meeting that was scheduled for 5 p.m. on Monday, May 9th, will now begin at 4 p.m. And I also wanted to review, and I think the clerk, I'm sorry, you want to introduce yourself?
Dante Anderson, Mayor Pro Tem, District 1.
All right, thank you. In addition to this, we will be holding a forum. I'm sorry, Ms. Molina, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Marjorie Molina, District 5.
Thank you very much. And then we also have, in addition for that information, we will be holding a forum for the candidates who have applied to fill the vacant District 6 Council seat. And that forum will be in this room on Thursday, May the 15th at 2 p.m. And our format for doing this is to allow each person to have 5 minutes to address their information, whatever they've put in their I guess what they would call donated or put in together. And then we will have, council will have 10 minutes to consider questions that may be asked of those folks that are participating. I believe we have about 5 people, Madam Clerk?
I believe we have 7.
7 people. So we will be glad to be able, I think the last one that I had, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Maybe even up to 8. So we'll know that because it doesn't close until tomorrow. So that's one of the other things that I wanted to mention. But I also wanted to recognize that it's been a tough week, a lot of words played and said, and in conversations. But I think at this point in what I would say is that this council has an opportunity to really stop and think to do some things that we need to do differently. So I've asked Councilmember Johnson if she would join me in this effort to help decide and what we need to do to address the kinds of things that we want to do and be as a really good council as we grow and as we get ready for this election this year. And I think that she said yes. I'm waiting to make sure she said yes. Yes. And so working with her, I respect any other comments or requests or things that the council members want to see addressed. Please let us know, let either Ms. Johnson know or let me know what we want to do. We're going to try to do this after the budget adoption so that we can get all of those things off that stand and then continue to build what I believe a real active council that's working together and pulls together, not necessarily agreeing all the time, but actually understanding each other better. So with that, I think we're going to move into our, I'm sorry. Did you raise your hand?
Yes, I did.
Yes, Ms. Johnson.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I look forward to the opportunity. And as I stated, I think we've done enough talking over the last few years. I think we need to do things differently. So I look forward to that discussion. As we talked about, you and I have some healing to do, and I look forward to that opportunity. I want to do something different. Dr. Watlington and I have both expressed frustration with the way things have gone. So and you can listen to our strategic planning session when we were talking. So I think we've done enough talking, and I look forward to making some changes. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for that. All right, so now we'll go to our consent items. Do we have any consent items for a separate vote? Hearing none, so we will have, do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda items 28 through 35?
So, second?
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor, please say, raise your hand, aye. Anyone opposed? No opposition there. So now, I believe our next item, besides our introductions, is we will go to our, are we doing our business session first? Action reviews coming up next. And so the next item is our action review. I'm going to turn it over to the city manager.
Thank you, Mayor and members of council. Tonight, we have Heather Bollock, who will come up and talk with the council about the Strategic Energy Action Plan. We've had an opportunity to have this updated plan come through committee, and so now's a chance to have it in front of the body.
Good evening. My name is Heather Bullock. I'm the Chief Sustainability and Resiliency Officer here at the City of Charlotte. So just wanted to remind everyone that you should have received this beautiful booklet of the Strategic Energy Action Plan update, Roadmap for Sustainability. So as over the next couple of weeks, you can go back and take a look at that as you can. I wanted to start tonight with basically just talking about the reason we're here, which is to review the CAP update for potential adoption. And the three real key takeaways here are just that the CAP Plus, or the CAP update, is an update to the 2018 Strategic Energy Action Plan, which is building on the successes that we've seen so far and striving to make additional progress with ambitious but realistic goals. The CAP update works in connection with other city initiatives, projects, programs, and departments, of course, including Charlotte Water and Solid Waste Services. And it has been developed through an engagement process receiving overall internal and public support. This slide just goes over previous council communication. We've been to the TPD Council Committee 6 times and are here tonight to talk to all of you about the proposed CAP adoption on May 27th. So a little bit of background on this plan. I just want to ground us in our mission. And I also want to I'm going to speak a little off the cuff tonight. Last week, I was able to join my peers in other cities that are in this work in sustainability and resilience across the Southeast. And one of the sessions that I attended that really stood out to me personally was from my colleagues in Asheville and Buncombe County. They have definitely seen the effects of climate change. And, they were once seen as really a place for climate refugees to go. And since have had to wake up to their new reality, and it's been a pretty tough road. And so I just wanted to talk just for a moment about the fact that this work is really meaningful, and we have to do as much as we can, as quickly as we can, so that we can mitigate the impacts of climate change. So our path. So as many of you know, the CAP started in 2018 with the foundation of a unanimous resolution that Charlotte would become a low-carbon city. But didn't stop there, of course. We had to have an action plan. It wasn't just something to sit on the shelf or be aspirational. And so over the past 6 years, we've been really working hard on implementation through policy like the Sustainable Facilities Policy and the Sustainable and Resilient Fleet Policy, through many projects like our CMPD, many of the CMPD facilities that are LEED certified and have solar now, and even CMPD Central that has battery storage. And then programs like Green Prints, which goes in line with the corridors of opportunity. And then in 2024, we began an update to that 2018 Strategic Energy Action Plan because we needed to integrate the latest science. We needed to integrate all the great new citywide strategic plans, and we needed to reflect the community's priorities. Over the past few years, our strategy has really been to lead by example. So that is our 2030 goal, to be zero carbon in our buildings and fleet. And so some of the ways that we've strived for that is through our on-site solar systems, which we will have 30 after 2 more come online this year. And we secured an off-site 80 megawatt solar project that will be coming online next year, not too far away from us, and what some have heard me say is the home of the best barbecue in the world. And we're excited about that project because that's really going to move us 19% away from our current CAP 2030 building goal. We've also been recognized as the 6th greenest fleet with 330 city-owned EV charging ports, which is a third of the total overall, the city. And we broke ground on the all-electric firehouse, which is very rapidly getting built and will house our first electric fire truck. And then our Sustainable Facilities Policy update won a local government impact award. So these are all things that the City Council, in their support, should be very proud of. We also focused on equity and engagement. So through our Green Prints, which is a sustainable infrastructure overlay onto our corridors of opportunity, we are really getting out into the community and seeing what the community wants in terms of sustainable infrastructure. The High Energy Use Assistance Pilot, where we've really been able to take advantage of the Duke Energy programs to do energy efficiency by allowing those to happen through health and safety retrofits to homes that could not previously have those energy efficiency measures completed. And the Affordable Mobility Platform with Carolina Car Share, which we're super excited to have just recently launched in the Central Albemarle Road corridor at Pepper Tree Apartments. So several city services coming together at Pepper Tree with a health clinic there and energy efficiency upgrades, as well as the Carolina Car Share, which we're really proud of. And then the Renewable Energy Efficiency Workforce Program. So we're also looking at ways to bring sustainability into workforce development. So the CAP development, I think it would be nice for me to just stop talking for a moment and allow you to see the summary of the work that we've been doing over the past year. So I'm going to play this short video. So hopefully, if you weren't able to keep up with that video, that you at least enjoyed a moment of relaxation and peace from that nice music. This is, I would like to just really emphasize that the CIAP update, we did a lot of community engagement, and we were very targeted also in that engagement. So this you can see here a list of many of the folks that helped us with the CIAP update, including the Technical Advisory Committee, which came from many different, public sector and private sector and nonprofit organizations to really help us move this along. We also had CIAP ambassadors, which helped us get the word out about the CIAP update and helped us to get feedback on the plan. This is just a quick overview of that process, which is in this beautiful document. Again, just a reminder that you can look at your leisure. So one of the things that was important to us in this CIAP update was to really truly look at what the risk is. And so one of the biggest outcomes that we had from our climate risk assessment was that Charlotte has seen a 300% increase in extreme heat days, which poses health risks, especially for vulnerable groups. And as you can see on the climate risk assessment, the heat map over here to the right, you can see the locations in red, which are really struggling the most, and that tends to be in areas that have less tree cover. The second piece was that we absolutely wanted to refresh our greenhouse gas emissions inventory to make sure that we are still on target and to make sure we're focusing on the right things. Well, if you can see the big orange part of the bar, we're focused on the right things. The big orange is transportation. And we really know that we have to see that investment in our transit plan to really make a difference in that greenhouse gas emission inventory. We are on a trajectory to meet the city's current low carbon city 2050 goal. We also are aligned to the global protocol for community scale emissions. And thankfully, our per capita GHG emissions have reduced by 30% from 2019 to 2023. Part of that is due to updated methods in the way that we're collecting this data. So we're using more localized data, which is really giving us better data. So our updated goals are here, and we have basically updated 3 of our previous goals and set 1 new goal. As you can see here, our community-wide goals are that we will reduce community-wide greenhouse gas emissions 72% by 2035 and reach net zero by 2050. And I'll show you a graph that'll delineate that a little bit more in just a minute. But we will also, we have a new goal of 600 megawatts of distributed renewable energy generation be installed in Charlotte by 2035. So this can be things like our combined heat and power plant at Charlotte Water, which is being actually converted into renewable natural gas. It can be, and then it can also be things like solar, of course, on our rooftops. We are also shifting our municipal goals a little bit. The city will source 100% of its electricity use in municipal buildings from zero carbon sources by 2030 and reach net zero emissions in municipal buildings by 2050. We feel very confident about being able to reach this goal by 2030, and we're excited about that. Additionally, the city will reach net zero emissions in its light duty fleet by 2035 and its entire fleet by 2050. This is really about recognizing how far or how not far we've come in terms of technology advancements in this space of electric vehicles, but not stopping and moving forward as quickly as we can. So as I was talking about, this graph shows a little bit more about how that community-wide science-based target looks going from now until 2050. And you can see that the 2035 goal is delineated there with the yellow arrow. Again, this was developed following leading guidance from CDP, which we have recently received an A- from, and we really want an A because we're super big nerds and we can't stand not to have an A. And it's also calculated using the recommended One Planet City Challenge. It includes all of our citywide emissions from stationary energy, transportation, and waste. And it's science-based. So the world doesn't care that we're a growing city. And so we really have to work towards a zero carbon and not just low carbon city. So our focus areas. Our focus areas keep our three really big areas, which are buildings, energy generation, and transportation. We have moved workforce development into each of those different focus areas to better align, to really focus those efforts in those different areas. And then one of the things that we heard through our engagement was that, yes, this is the strategic energy action plan, but our community cares about other things than just energy. Energy is really important, obviously, when it comes to greenhouse gas emissions, but there are also other areas like tree canopy and waste and water and resiliency. And so we wanted to find a way to put those into our leading climate action plan document as well. So just wanted to go over just a few of the draft strategies and actions in our 4 different focus areas. So here you see the buildings draft strategies and actions. So again, continuing to demonstrate our leadership in our municipal buildings and innovating towards net zero. We also will work to expand weatherization and efficiency programs like the Duke Energy program that we have begun already, and expand and incentivize the voluntary Power Down the Crown benchmarking program, which we are already doing. So this shows one of our most recent advertisements in the CBJ. So we are advertising in the Charlotte Business Journal and partnering with the Charlotte Business Journal to do a sustainability award as a part of their Best Places to Work program to really incent and encourage participation in Power Down the Crown program. So you can see quotes from Chief Johnson as well as Grubb Properties and Caldwell Presbyterian, who are a couple of our participants in Power Down the Crown. So we're excited to do more of this in the future. Energy generation is our second focus area, and here you can see we're going to continue with programs like the Green Source Advantage program. We will be also working on new things like providing support and training events on alternative technologies. So you can see we're doing some staff education about Firehouse 43 with our battery electric bus as well. We've gotten really great feedback about that, and the more that city staff knows, the more that the community knows. And then incentivizing residential and commercial solar as well. We're getting ready to launch our Solarize program in June, which we are really hoping takes off and moves us way forward on our goals. Of course, our transportation draft strategies and actions highlight and focus on the Charlotte Strategic Mobility Plan. We really want to support that plan and look for those intersections of sustainability, mobility, and other critical areas like affordable housing. We also, of course, will still continue to build out our clean fueling plan, including, of course, EV chargers, but also other renewable fuel sources. And then expanding our efforts to provide car, scooter, and bike share options for the community. We have to highlight this. This is honestly my favorite project I've worked on at the Office of Sustainability. I'm really proud of it. I think it's just such a great program. I think we're going to really learn a lot about what the community wants and needs. I'm really hopeful for expansion in the future. And then finally, our cross-cutting draft strategies and actions. So you can see that we are data-driven. It's really important for us to continue that and build out additional metrics to make sure that we are achieving our goals in a timely manner. We also have a new waste goal, which is reducing waste generation and increasing waste diverted from landfills. This is another really important focus with our partners in the Innovation Barn. Also developing promotion and awareness campaigns. That's really something that we want to work on to really get our community involved, because we cannot do this alone. And then finally, implementing new technologies as appropriate to aid with education for waste diversion. So just wanted to talk about a couple of things to keep in mind with the Strategic Energy Action Plan. You know, I've been with the city since 2017, and I have really seen just an awesome amount of collaboration and coordination in city departments. And we've really worked together to make our plans integrate. And so I just wanted to touch on this for a moment, and that the CAP is really a cross-organizational plan, and it integrates all of these different things that you see here on the screen. So implementing the CAP. So I'm an implementation person. I am not a sit-on-the-shelf person. And so I'm really excited to move this work forward. Of course, we're going to continue advancing our planned projects, programs, and initiatives to maintain that momentum. And first year post hopeful adoption, we will begin developing implementation strategies for each focus area, and of course still continue opportunities as they arise. For example, we just applied for CFAT grant, which is Clean Fueling Advanced Technology with the NC Clean Tech Center. And so if we get that, of course, we'll be moving that work forward and focused on actually a Green Prince corridor of opportunity. And then in year 2 is really where we'll begin moving those strategies into action in our buildings implementation, energy generation, transportation, and cross-sectional areas. So just wanted to give you a little bit of a summary of some of the things that our community has said that are priorities. And we really wanted to make sure that the community understood that this isn't just a city thing. This is a community-led initiative that we are really going to have to lean in on, because we cannot get to our 2050 goal without the community. And so we asked them, what is the single most impactful action that the city can take? So that was really focused on, energy retrofits, which we are working on, making sure that we are moving our fleet to electric vehicles, making our transportation system more pedestrian friendly, which we are absolutely actively working on, and protecting green areas in Charlotte. And then we said, what actions can you take to accelerate progress towards the community-wide goals? And so actually, we have a pretty smart community out there, and they were able to tell us a lot of different things. And of course, my favorite is riding the light rail. But they know this community and know some of the actions to take. And for folks that don't, we are going to really get out there and educate them on the things that they can do to help us move forward. We do want to just state, though, that in all public comments received really support the overall intention of the CAP update and the strategies highlighted to reach the city's goals. And I would be remiss if I did not really honor several of the people and the teams that really made this possible. So I would just really like to say thank you to the CEAP Technical Advisory Committee, our ambassadors, our CEAP operations team, which includes deputy directors from across the city, our community area planning team for allowing us to go with them to every community engagement event that they led to talk about CEAP. And of course, Transportation Planning and Development Council Committee really helped us through this process, giving us good feedback that we could then integrate into the plan. And additionally, I would just like to say that, of course, the Chief of Staff, Sarah Hazel, really began this work, and through her leadership has really brought this plan to life. Dr. Robin Byers was the project manager who did an amazing job getting this to the finish line. And I would just like to say thank you to Julian Joy and Kiana Dawson, who are with EY, the consultant that helped us with many of the technical aspects of the plan that are here tonight. Christine Edwards-Pitkin with Civility Localized, which really helped with our local efforts in getting out into the community. And then finally, the CEAP update is dedicated to the memory of our neighbor, friend, and advocate, John Holmes III, who was instrumental in developing the plan through amplifying and spotlighting the voices of Charlotte's residents. His passion, which you have to have a lot of passion in this work for the city, and his character inspire us to continue this work of making Charlotte a more sustainable city for everyone. So next steps, it's up to you now. We are going to ask to please vote on CEAP adoption on May 27th. And then after hopeful adoption, we will move in 2025 as soon as possible to begin our action steps to development implementation strategies and share with our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much to the team and all of you. I want to recognize Ms. Molina for comments and followed by Ms. Ajmira.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Wow, I took so many notes. Ms. Bolick, thank you for all of your work. Sarah, Ms. Hefner, all of you that have come before the Transportation Planning and Development Committee over and over to really give us, your updates. It's been, very informative the entire time. As the vice chair of the Transportation Planning and Development Committee, I've actually seen this presentation already. So I'm going to attempt to try to do some level of explanation justice without the chair, Mr. Driggs, in attendance tonight. But you guys did a great job. I'll start with the end because I didn't even have this plan, but I love that you honored John Holmes III. John is a longtime advocate of sustainability across the city, and he lived his talk. He walked his talk every single day of his life, and he was a dedicated East Side resident. And I know that this month, we're working with CDOT, because CDOT is actually going to name an award for biking in John Holmes' name. And so I do plan to be there. All of you have an invitation to present an award to his wife on behalf of, and she's going to accept the award on his behalf. So I want to go ahead and put that out there as well to say thank you guys for being that thoughtful, because his life did matter and he done a whole lot for the city. I just can't say enough about that. I know that we've received several updates, and we did vote this out of committee unanimously earlier this month, just to make sure that everyone knows that. It was a unanimous vote out of the committee. And of course, on a personal note, I think that was, it was the slide with the mayor and I. I love that picture. It's so cute. It's so cute. I think we were talking about like how bendy the ribbon was. It was so cute. And we were literally like playing with it. It was fun. It was so much fun. That actually started, you guys unanimously supported multiple initiatives in the Pepper Tree apartment complex. It's one of the naturally occurring affordable housing units in East Charlotte on the corridor of opportunity on Central Avenue. You all supported $8 million of implementation to maintain that property as a naturally occurring affordable housing space with complete wraparound services. You can actually see a healthcare provider on the site there and so many other things. But what was added, actually earlier last year, Special Assistant to President Joe Biden visited Charlotte, Tom Perez, and during that presentation, he made the commitment that the Department of Energy would dedicate money to what you saw. So it was kind of a full circle moment to see the Chevy Bolts be announced through the Car Shield program, and that will provide the residents of Pepper Tree the opportunity to rent a vehicle that's fully insured for $5 an hour, $50 a day max, 24-hour support. So it's just completely wrapping around the human beings that live in that apartment as a model for something that, over time and with the funds and the partnerships, right, from federal agencies and even state agencies like the CFAT grant and other grants that we've partnered to stretch the dollar to do. I think Pepper Tree is just a shining star when it comes to possibility and wrapping around, the humans that we represent on this council. And I think this is just, it's an example of how housing, mobility, sustainability can all work together, which, we saw in the presentation. And I just made a few highlights. Like I said, I think there were some things that we discussed in committee about reaching the goals. And, I've always mentioned that as a city, we can control what we do. And I think we're leading by example. I think we're doing a great job. I think we have the best team. But then I love that you all partnered with the Charlotte Business Journal to, incentivize our business partners in the private sector to come on board and partner with us so we can actually comprehensively meet the goals citywide, by 2050. I think that was advantageous. I think it was a great idea, and I can't wait to see, the cities that take advantage of that implementation. And then I think I marked down slide 20. Yeah, okay, yeah, it was slide 23 that I said was actually really cute. I got a note that says slide 23. It was so cute. It was so cute. But yeah, I just, again, thank you guys for all of your work on this. And yeah, that's all I have, Madam Mayor. Thank you so much.
Ms. Ajmira?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First, let me first thank Heather, Sarah, and the entire team for a great job with the implementation. When we first adopted the CF that was unanimously adopted back in 2018, when at the federal level, we had pulled out of Paris Climate Agreement, but we took a bold leadership at the local level to affirm our commitment to carbon-free goals. And now to see how far we have come along, that speaks tremendous to the implementation team. When you showed us that video, how soothing it was, Councilmember Anderson, I, and that pretty much aligns with our CF goals. You're supposed to have that quality of life and not feel stressed out all the time, right? So great job on that and the video team. But in all seriousness, I had to give a big kudos to CF ambassadors and the advisory group. I mean, these are the folks that are volunteers. John played a big part in that. And I know we have Perry Lansdell here and so many others that have been have been with us on this journey since 2018, when it was first, we passed the resolution followed by the implementation. So I thank you for not giving up on us. I love how you have incorporated tree canopy action plan, because ultimately it helps us with clean air, clean water, and healthy soil. 300% urban heat areas. When I saw that figure, it reminds me of the report that Clean Air Carolina had put out about clearing the air in historic West End area, and how certain parts of our city continues to be left out from the benefits of tree canopy that other parts enjoy. And that has health impacts, and that study clearly shows how it impacts our day-to-day life. And that's why it's very important that we do not make exceptions for any development, including affordable housing, because your zip code should not determine how much tree canopy one should have, or how much tree canopy one should be able to enjoy or have benefits from. And I know that this is something being discussed at the Housing and Neighborhood Committee in terms of the innovative ideas, but I think we cannot take our eyes off of the end goal here, which is the clean air, clean water, healthy soil in all parts of our communities. So I'm sure the folks that are supposed to take notes about that, they have. But I feel very strongly and passionate about that. And because of one of the reasons I supported the Unified Development Ordinance was because we have stronger tree ordinance requirements that we did not have that. And thanks to Allison and her entire team for making that happen. So I hope that you guys continue to collaborate on that to meet our CUP goals. So thank you, Heather. I know when I asked you, when I had a town hall on our air, water, and soil, I congratulated you on your job. And when I said, how do you feel? And you said, this is your dream job. That really stuck with me, because I can see the passion that you bring every day. I've seen you out in the communities rooting for CAP and just really practicing what you preach. And it takes a special person to do that. So I'm very grateful that you're in this role, and I'm so glad that this is your dream job. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Mayfield.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for the presentation, and to the entire team. I have a couple of questions just for clarity. When we go back to slide 13 and we look at the related events we're doing, you all are doing some amazing work. I just want to make sure that and I actually think it was slide 12, when we looked at our private partnerships, I definitely do not want us to forget one of our partners from 2017 when it was just an idea, and that is the River District, and the commitments that were made contractually with not only environmental-wise, as well as creating a brand-new community, in essence, that hits a lot of our goals with diversity and accessibility and making sure we have public transportation. But they recently have received their own set of awards because of the green innovation that they've utilized. So I think we definitely have seen some on-the-ground success stories that we should be looking to partner with in order to highlight that saw the vision for a city where, crazy thought, we actually like to breathe fresh air. When you look at some communities that have more concrete than grass and or trees, and the importance of trees, that is a personal concern that I have as our city continues to grow. When we look at slide 14 and we're looking, just as Councilmember Ajmera mentioned, that 300% increase in extreme heat days, we know today is a prime example. Today was a rain day. Our rains are getting a lot more challenging, as well as our heat. But I'm wondering if in this map, when we're looking at our public-private partnerships, are we looking at areas of certain types of investment? And I'm going to be very specific. We have a conversation that is ongoing right now regarding a potential data center. We know that other communities, like if we look into the Piedmont Environmental Council out of Virginia, they have had centers a lot longer than us, and there's been concerns and challenges regarding the footprint of the industry, as well as the amount of water and the environmental impacts. Even though what may be considered for our area, there may be some new utilizing technology, utilizing artificial intelligence, some ways that we can reduce that water consumption. Our director of Charlotte Water, Ms. Charles, tells us every day, and I love her motto, water is life. We can go without food. We cannot go without quality water. So I'm hoping that your team is working directly with Planning Department, and we are identifying what areas would be the appropriate area, not near residential, for a type of facility that eventually and potentially can impact our environmental goals. I'm not expecting for you to have an answer for that. That is really for staff and for the manager to direct his staff of almost 9,000 employees to ensure that what we're doing with CAP and all of this great work is not going to be undermined by policy language that allows for something to be built that can have long-term impact, that negates the work that you all are doing, that's going to put us in a very different position in 2030. I love the fact the city of Charlotte is growing and more people are coming every day. I do not want them bringing all their pollution with them. That is just life and growth. But if there are some things that we can incorporate on the front end through our policy language that ensures that we're not isolating, but being very strategic where certain developments are going, when we look at a map like this and taking into consideration not just heat, not just our use of solar, but the expectation of our partners that want to do business in our city, for me, it is a privilege to do business in the city of Charlotte. It is not a given. We have a beautiful city. That city is only as beautiful as the commitments that we make, such as these. And you all have done an amazing job. The team has done amazing work, and this council being forward-thinking many years ago. And it was led by Councilmember Ajmir. I listened to her for many years my first time around, speaking to the importance of the environment. While we're moving in that direction, I hope we're making sure that any partners that come in are also know policy-wise, not just a nicety, but know through policy-wise there's an expectation for us to do something better. I'm wondering, on slide 16, we talk about the city will reach our net zero emissions in its light-duty fleet by 2035 and in its entire fleet by 2050 on the municipal goals. How are these fleet options identified? Like, do we have a formula for that?
So basically, when the departments bring a list of vehicles that they're looking at replacement, and there's a scoring system that goes into that to kind of show, like, for example, does this vehicle need to be replaced because it's been to the shop 5 times in a year and that sort of thing. And so then that vehicle, whatever it let's say that vehicle is used for going out and doing code enforcement, for example. And then the use type for that is looked at, and if, there's a need to do pickups on the side of the road and they need a pickup for that, roll, then they say they can look at it and see if, based on the mileage, if it's eligible or could be converted to electric.
Are we also tracking, because, and I could be wrong, and please, because technology changes every day, so please correct me. I am under the impression that at this point, EV batteries are not rechargeable. They are replaceable. EV batteries, are we tracking the shelf life of these EV batteries so that we're seeing how often, based on mileage and usage, that we're having to replace those batteries? And also, you mentioned in this that we're putting a lot of energy around reducing our impact at the landfill. EV batteries are building up in landfills because some studies say less than 2% of the actual battery is truly recyclable. So are we tracking that as well? Because I don't want us to say that we're working towards certain goals, but at the same time, we're contributing on the other side with some of the negative impact if it's going to end up in a landfill, that we're not really going to be able to break it down to reuse it in some capacity. Are we tracking that?
We are not currently tracking that, but mostly because we don't have any EVs that are out of service. We have one that is one of the first generation Nissans that we are probably likely getting ready to move out of service. So I will definitely make sure that, we talk within the departments to make sure that we are tracking that.
I think, Mr. Manager, that will be an opportunity right here on the front end, as well as looking at some of our comparable neighbors around the nation and what, if any, challenges they're running into when it comes to these batteries. And we're looking at impact specifically in our landfills, because again, some changes may have been made, but if less than 2% of the battery is actually recyclable, then what happens to the rest of it? And what is that 50-plus year impact if these batteries, because unfortunately we have seen some electric vehicles, we know an electric vehicle fire cannot be put out by any current modern technology that the fire department has. And it's not just Charlotte Fire, it's across the nation. Fire departments have been having these conversations. If an EV vehicle catches fire, that vehicle needs to burn completely before it's really safe to address it. What, if any, environmental impacts is that happening? And it's not to say don't do it, it's just let's make sure we're looking at, we might be the ones that identify a solution because of the talent that we have through UNC, through Central Piedmont, through our high schools, that will be able to identify a better way to address it. But if we at least have it on our radar as part of our tracking system, then we can be at the forefront of that conversation. Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for all that you all do.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for that very soothing video. Almost took me out after some pound cake and some coffee. But no, very good presentation and very good information. I want to go back. Well, first, I want to talk about slide 18, and I think it's really great that you have decided to keep your areas of focus with the columns here within the crown, but recognize that there's opportunity for horizontal cross-cutting strategies that can undergird all of this work and bubble up some really great results. So congratulations on recognizing that and placing it into your plan, your action plan. But I also realized that in this cross-cutting, cross-sectional horizontal strategies, a couple of them are related to water. It seems like water is a recurring theme there. And I do want to lift up Ms. Charles. I think I saw her somewhere in the building, the wonderful, excellent work they do there. But that's going to be these strategies, and specifically it's strategy 11 in strategy 15. I think those are going to be some pretty robust strategies that are going to require not only leadership from Charlotte Water, but also collaboration with the community and having the community tap into this proactively. And so looking forward to how that comes to life as it relates to tactics. But on slide 17, just before that, you had mentioned a comment about wanting to be an A student, and that's wonderful. I will absolutely, and the managers heard me say this here, that the distance between a B student and an A student is almost light years. The effort of work that goes into changing a B student into an A student is tremendous. But you're at an A- right now, so that's a manageable effort. I think you guys are going to be able to do it. I know Ms. Hazel's excited about it, so I'm not worried about that. I'm not dissuaded by that A-. I think you can definitely bring that up to a solid A. And the distinction of the community-wide goals versus the municipal goals, I think also is a very smart approach. But as I've been hearing some coverage of our plan, and I got some really sage advice earlier that I might start incorporate, but I've been hearing some coverage of the CAP plan, and I've heard that, the city of Charlotte is moving the target, right? We're moving the target, we're moving the goalposts as a community-wide versus municipal-wide.
Absolutely. So, so we have always had, the two goals, community-wide and municipal goals. We had them actually put together into one, and now we've separated them out to kind of just be more clean and explain in detail what we're doing. We are not backing down from our community-wide goals. We actually have a stronger community-wide goal. We went from, a low carbon city to striving for a zero carbon city, which is actually very, very aspirational, but also we feel ability to attain that goal. We also added a renewable energy goal, which we hadn't had before, and because we really felt, we know that it's really important to have as much as we can generate here in Charlotte, so we put a goal towards that. Our municipal goals, the only thing that's really shifting in our municipal goals is really around our just understanding that our buildings, we have over 200 city buildings that are existing, and it just really would not be a good use of taxpayer dollars to completely retrofit a building right this moment. And so we're really looking at how we can, over time, transition those buildings to all electric so that we can have it all offset by renewables. And then the last piece on the fleet is really about understanding that we have, we just recently, our fire truck is coming very soon. It's actually been debuted at a recent seminar, but it took us almost 3 years to get that truck. And so we just have to be realistic as well in terms of some of our medium and heavy duty vehicles, that we're just not going to be able to make that 2030 goal work.
No, thank you for that level of explanation. I'm excited about the fire truck, and we were trying to get it at the East Side Intergovernmental Summit this weekend. That was our first request. So I know it's going to be highly sought after, but I think it's important to be clear around why you're clarifying our goals and why you're looking at them through the lens of community-wide, municipal, though those have always been there, right? The last point I'll make is, we spend a lot of time and energy and effort working with our small businesses within the community and our underrepresented businesses. It would be great to get them tapped into our CAP goals and initiatives very early on in that process, and it can be at stages of their growth, so that as they grow with us, they're growing in line with our CAP goals. So perhaps we can have some thought around, how we can tap in our small businesses within Charlotte, who we leverage quite a bit as the city of Charlotte, to ensure that, A, they're aware, B, how we can help them ramp up, and then C, how they can potentially help us advance and decrease the time to reaching these goals. So overall, great work, really appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Ms. Johnson?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. It was great. And if someone could just email us the name of the song, I think we'd all be happy. I want to thank Councilmember Mayfield. I thought your points were brilliant. I appreciate them. And Mr. Manager, I would like to echo what Councilmember Mayfield said. If we could get a plan of what's going to happen with these EV batteries, we don't want in 50 years for council to say this was an unintended consequence. This is foreseeable, so I think it's wise that we understand what happens with those batteries after the use has expired. Can we go back to slide 13? Maybe it's not 13, it's the 300%. 14, thank you. I think this is such an important slide. When we talk about cumulative impact, Mr. Jones, this is the kind of slide that I want to see an overlay over our city. What is the impact of all of the growth? What is the cumulative impact in our city? So this is the type of overlay. If we take a look at this, are there areas that we need to tweak our development policies? So, and this is what I meant when I said cumulative impact. And so this is so important. I think we really need to keep this in the forefront. We need to keep this in the forefront as we're looking to approve the budget this year. This really supports item number 1 from the people's budget, that we should require all units to have air conditioning and support landlords, because we can look at this. This is an illustration of the need. So if we can just keep this in the forefront as we're looking at the budget and also our policies for development. This is huge. So thank you for this presentation. And that's all I have. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Watlington?
Great job. I got a couple of things, and it'll probably line up with some of the things that you've already heard. Really, I'm interested in a couple of things, and you don't have to answer this right now, but would love to explore this maybe offline. When it comes to the power storage and generation issues, can you help me understand where the city plays, or if there's any interest or appetite for the city to serve as an aggregator or a virtual power plant in any way?
I don't believe that we can do that under current North Carolina statute. That's my
Story, and I'm sticking to it.
It would have to go to the Utility Commission, I expect.
Yes, ma'am.
So I'd be interested in exploring what would need to change for that to be an opportunity, because it is a real revenue opportunity on the utility side of the market, but also on the wholesale side. And given that we've got access to so many different types of loads, that may be something that could be an opportunity. My other question is, following up on some of the data center conversation, I'd be very, very interested in learning what our overall kind of data center strategy is, and how, what our role may be in working with Duke on the infrastructure to it, and even exploring. I know there's a number of companies right now that are working through smart panels and smart metering to try to avoid that infrastructure investment. And so would be curious as to how we might be able to come alongside that from a scale standpoint. So definitely would like to understand a little bit more about that. And then from a business recruitment standpoint, I see the renew and the workforce component in training people in this particular industry. But as I think about some of the assets we have right here within our local community in terms of private businesses and even the Jules Accelerator, knowing that their focus this year is data centers, would love to understand how we can play a larger role as the city in that, so that we can not only prepare the workforce, but we can also identify and help invest early in businesses and entrepreneurs that are here to be able to drive that industry. And then from a business recruitment standpoint, can you talk to me a little bit about how we go through our TIGs and those kinds of things from a transportation investment and all that kind of stuff, but how are we incentivizing companies to come here and build in a sustainable way?
Wow, that's a great point. So I would say, I think that based upon, companies like Alpatronic, that, they're an DC fast charging company, and just talking with them, it seems that, really, obviously this is a great environment for business to thrive, but also they just see our commitment. And just like we've talked about, leading by example, I think they see that and they see the interest and want to invest here. But I'm sure that others have a much broader ability to answer your question, so.
Sure, I'd love to hear from economic development how we bake in sustainability and infrastructure, resilience and interoperability with the grid in our recruitment efforts and what we're incentivizing. Because yes, we want the businesses to come, but in so much as they're making capital investments in the built environment, we want to make sure that they're doing their part when it comes to sustainability. So would love to learn more. Thanks.
Yeah, and I'll just real quick, we did support a Jules Accelerator company with CMPD Central's battery installation. Just wanted to mention that.
Okay. I think that's it. Ms. Mayfield has a comment to make, I believe, before we go downstairs for our regular meeting.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll attempt to keep this short. I just want to thank not only Director Rebecca Hefner, but the entire Housing and Neighborhood Services team. We, being the city, thanks to your leadership, Mayor, you announced last year the ability for me to lead an initiative. That initiative, Faith in Housing, hosted on last Friday our Mix and Mingle. We had at our mixer, it was the first time this type of event was done where we brought together not only the religious community, we brought together developers, we brought together nonprofit partners, as well as we highlighted at least 4 of our nonprofit organizations to do presentations to share about their work. And this is something that had not been done before, but this event had over 200 in attendance. This event really gave an opportunity as we move forward with the Faith in Housing initiative of creating this space where our community here in Charlotte, the religious community, stepped up years ago and started building housing that is diverse in the price points as well as design and availability. This Mix and Mingle really gave the opportunity for you to talk to each other directly at tables. They color-coded it and gave some starting questions to kick off the whole event for you to really get in and learn. But definitely want to thank Warren Wooten, want to thank Jessica, who is new to our team. Jessica McNeil has been with our team now, I think a month and a half, almost 2 months. She came on after Miles Vaughn retired. Miles has definitely been a star throughout the entire conversation, but I want to make sure that I thank Faith Zisk in our entitlement services, Star Webb, who also is in housing services, Elizabeth Kurtz, who is with Charlotte Family Housing, as well as Chrissy McKinklow These were some of the nonprofit providers that we had there, but this event was a great addition to what we have been doing, but I wanted to make sure that all of you know that the work is continuing. We are having great conversations in the religious community, in our development community, and our nonprofit community, specifically around addressing the needs in housing. And I want to thank the community for showing up and for all the emails that we have and that I have and the team have received, showing even more interest on a daily basis. And Mayor, for you, the conversations that you're having with our diocese and with other large religious institutions that are interested in this program, and wanted to just give council an update that this is moving forward in a very positive way. And to be perfectly honest, Charlotte is at the forefront. We are much further than a lot of other communities were during this time of the conversation, and we are going to be rolling out very soon contracts with our training providers that are going to be leading, because we have a cohort grant process that opened in January. So we're going to have groups coming together, and you're going to start seeing presentations and proposals coming before us shortly. Where we're going to get the money, I don't know, that's a different conversation, but the time will come where
We
we will
will get
start,
it, though.
have some strong proposals, and I do believe that our corporate community, being the community that we have here in Charlotte, will step up and help us meet the needs of our community. But I just wanted to have a moment to highlight all of them, to say thank you for their dedication and the fact that they truly understand the need for us to have a community where everyone can truly afford to live, because I want you to live in this city that you are working in.
Thank you, Ms. Mayfield, for what you've been doing. It's been a journey, but we can, always do better and more, and you've been a great leader on this one.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right, so let's go downstairs. We have approximately 24 people coming to speak to us tonight, in addition to the remaining items of business. So let's see if we can make this happen. this rainy day. I hope that all of the moms who had a great Mother's Day yesterday, if you didn't, just go back and remember, they should do you double time the next time, okay?
Hey, how are you?
All right, so we're going to call our meeting to order, and we begin our meeting with an invocation, an expression, and inspiration, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. The invocation tonight will be done by Councilmember Brown. Now, we do this because we do know that our community has diversity in faith and families and all of those things. So please join us if you choose to. And next, I'm going to turn it over to Councilmember Brown.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor, and good evening, everybody. Thank you so much for coming out tonight. It's a pleasure to serve you in District 3. And so I just want to say there's some things that happened over the past week, and so I reflect. I go to church, deep-rooted in church and raised by phenomenal black women, a long line of strong black women, and including my grandmother, who is no longer here. So over the past week, I had the opportunity to reflect, as well as being in church, a member of Greater Mount Sinai Baptist Church, my entire life, 1243 West Boulevard. First Dr. Cook, senior, and now it's Pastor Major Stewart. And so my entire family goes to that church. I choose to serve with my mother, who's been an inspiration my entire life. When I took my pledge of oath, I always said, I'm no better than anybody else, but I'm just as good as everybody else. And I need everybody to know that and understand that and see that in your heart. The moment that you think you're better than anybody else because of your address, your zip code, the car you drive, the clothes you wear, purse, shoes, all of that stuff is material stuff that goes away. And one day we're all gonna go away. So with that being said, good evening, everyone. As we come together, elected officials, public servants, staff, community members, media, and beloved constituents, let us take a moment to pause, reflect, and ground ourselves. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. reminded us, the time is always right to do the right thing. Not when it's easy, not when it's politically safe, but always, because doing what is right is a matter of principle, not preference. We have been entrusted with a sacred responsibility to lead, to serve, and to steward good public service. And that work demands more than policies and procedures. It demands integrity, it demands honesty, and most of all, it demands teamwork. We won't always agree. Disagreements will come, and at times, they will test us. But disagreement is not our enemy. Division is. Disagreement is not our enemy. Division is. Moving forward after moments of conflict is hard, but it's not impossible. In fact, it's necessary. That is how progress is made. That is how trust is rebuilt. We can talk about what we would do, but our actions must align with our words, because titles, income brackets, or influence do not elevate one above another. We are all equal in God's eyes. And if that is so, let our actions reflect that truth in how we lead, how we serve, how we show up for one another, and how we treat each other. Let us be mindful that each decision we make, each word we speak, and each action that we take sends a message about who we are and who we represent. So tonight, may we, us, at the dais, move forward with unity, grounded in truth, led by courage, and fueled by the deep love that we have for our city and the people that put us in this seat. Because the time is always right to do what is right. Amen?
Amen.
So please stand if you choose to for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And now we'll go around the dais and have introductions. We'll start with our city clerk.
Good evening, Stephanie Kelly, City Clerk.
Anthony Fox, Interim City Attorney.
Tijuana Brown, Charlotte City Council, District 3.
Good evening, Marjorie Molina, District 5.
Good evening, I'm Renee Johnson, and I'm honored to represent District 4.
Marcus Jones, City Manager.
Vi Lyles, Mayor.
Good evening and belated Happy Mother's Day to everyone. Dante Anderson, Mayor Pro Tem, District 1.
Good evening, Luana Mayfield, representing at large.
Good evening, Victoria Watlington, at large.
Welcome, Dimple Ashmira, at large.
All right, thank you, everyone. Now, we do like to recognize and support those items that we have with awards and recognition in our city. So today, we have two recognitions. I'm going to ask Ms. Mayfield if she would provide the first of our proclamations for this evening.
Introducing the people behind you.
Oh, I'm sorry, we have the zoning folks behind us here. It's nice to see you, Douglas. You want to make a
Sure.
I appreciate it.
Hi, everyone. My name is Douglas A. Welton, and I am the chairman of the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Planning Commission. Tonight, the Planning Committee of the Planning Commission is here for the public hearings for the community area planning process, and I will introduce those members of the Planning Committee who are here with me, and that is Will Russell, Carolyn Millen, Melissa Gaston, Michael Caprioli, Rebecca Wilden, and Terry Lansdale. Madam Mayor, it's all back to you.
All right, thank you very much. So now I'm going to recognize Ms. Mayfield for our first proclamation of the evening.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and this is truly my honor. Whereas the office of the municipal clerk, a time-honored and vital part of local government, exists throughout the world and plays an essential role in the community, it is the oldest among public servants. And whereas the office of the municipal clerk provides the professional link between the citizens, the local governing bodies, and agencies of government at other levels, and whereas the office of the municipal clerk in Charlotte is specifically responsible for documenting and recording actions of elected and appointed officials in meeting minutes, y'all know that ain't easy, maintaining ordinances and resolutions, maintaining historical records, serving as a resource for general public inquiries, administering city council's nominations and appointments to advisory boards, publishing public notices of hearings and meetings, administering the city's public records program, and processing passport applications. And whereas municipal clerks have pledged to be ever mindful of their neutrality and impartiality, rendering equal and professional customer service to all. And whereas municipal clerks continually strive to improve the administration of the affairs of the office of the municipal clerk through participation in education programs, seminars, workshops, and annual meetings of their state, provincial, country, and international professional organizations. Now, therefore, our mayor, by Alexander Lyles, mayor of the city of Charlotte, recognized the week of May 4th to the 10th, 2025 as Municipal Clerks Week, and further extend appreciation to all municipal clerks for the vital services they perform and their exemplary dedication to the communities they represent. Witness her hand and the official seal of the City of Charlotte, Mayor by Alexander Lyles.
I think that's going to be a group photo at some point, so thank you all.
Mr. Phipps, you cannot leave.
So
Greg, could you just up there?
what was that? Our next proclamation will be read by the Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Whereas May 19th, 1775, Charlotte's town founder, Colonel Thomas Polk, called for a convention on the Mecklenburg County militia leaders to be held in Charlotte, and whereas those 26 men, upon hearing the battles of Lexington and Concord, which had occurred exactly 1 month earlier, unanimously adopted resolutions to declare themselves a free and independent people, in a document that came to be known as the Mecklenburg County Declaration of Independence, or MECDEC. And whereas at noon on May 20th in 1775, Colonel Polk read the Mecklenburg Declaration of Independence from the steps of County Courthouse of assembled citizens, and whereas on May 31st, 1775, members of the Mecklenburg County Committee of Safety adopted 20 additional resolutions to directly govern themselves, which came to be known as the Mecklenburg County Resolves. And whereas a local tavern owner named Captain James Jack was called upon to deliver on horseback these documents to the Second Continental Congress in Philadelphia, and whereas the state of North Carolina chosen to recognize the significance of Mecklenburg County Declaration of Independence by placing the date and its signing May 20th, 1775 upon our state flag and Great Seal, whereas May 20th, 2025 is the 250th anniversary of MECDEC. Now, therefore, by Alexander Lyles, the mayor of Charlotte, and Mark Jarrell, chair of the Mecklenburg County Board of Commissioners, do hereby proclaim May as Mecklenburg County Declaration of Independence Month in Charlotte, Mecklenburg, and call upon all citizens to join us in commemorating the 250th anniversary of the signing of Mecklenburg Declaration of Independence. It is witnessed by our mayor's hand as well as Chair Jarrell for the Board of County Commissioners. And with that, I'd like to invite Ms. Maura Quinn, the board member of May 20th Society, and Kendall Kendrick, the executive director of the Trail of History and chair of MEC 250, to please come and receive this proclamation.
Thank you so very much for reminding us of our history. The next items on our agenda are several public hearings, and the first one is item number 8. It is a public hearing and a decision on Brightside Commons area voluntary annexation. The clerk has notified me that there are people that are willing to come forward if there is a question about this annexation. Other than that, we will proceed to go ahead and have council have a discussion about it. So we don't have any speakers?
No, ma'am, none unless there are questions.
Unless there is some request by the council. And so do I have a motion to close the public hearing? Or does anyone have a request to have someone speak? Ms. Johnson?
I just have a question. I do have a question
Yes.
about the development. I wanted to know if it's completed yet?
All right, who is representing the Brightside Commons? Here we are. Thank you.
Good evening, Peggy Hay with David Weekly Homes, and no, it is not completed yet. We've received our land disturbance permit and our Charlotte water approvals, waiting for contracts for that, and then we will begin site work and then ultimately construction.
Okay, well, after it's approved, welcome to District 4.
Well, thank you. We're excited.
Well, first, let's make sure we close
That's
this
what I
one
said.
out. So do we have a motion to close the public hearing and to adopt the annexation ordinance with an effective date of May 12, 2025, to extend the corporate limits?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, any other questions? All in favor, raise your hands. Anyone opposed? Then that is next. Our next item is a public hearing and a decision on Project Lemon voluntary annexation. Is there anyone that is to speak, Madam Clerk, on item number 9?
Only to respond to questions if,
Only for a response to questions. Are there any questions that the council would like to ask on item 9? Hearing none, do I have a motion to close the public hearing to adopt an annexation ordinance with an effective date of May 12, 2025, to extend the corporate limits to include this property and assign to Council District 5?
So moved, Madam Mayor. Second.
Motion and a second. Any questions? Hearing none, all in favor, please raise your hand. Anyone opposed? No opposition. Our next public hearing is item number 10, and it's a public hearing and decision on Steel Creek Park area voluntary annexation. Is there anyone that would like to speak to this item?
no, ma'am.
All right, without any a request, we are now going to open the public hearing on the Steel Creek Park area voluntary annexation. And so is there any question, or is there a motion for the public hearing to end and to adopt an annexation ordinance effective date of May 12, 2025?
I wanted to make sure the motion was to close the public hearing and to adopt.
And it is the motion is to close the public hearing as well as agree to the annexation.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any comments? Hearing that, all in favor, please raise your hand. Anyone opposed? No. Anyone in opposition? So our next one is item 12 with a public hearing on Charlotte Water Revenue Manual revisions. So we're now going to open the public hearing on that Charlotte Water Revenue Manual revisions. Madam Clerk, any speakers?
No, ma'am.
Council, any requests or comments? Hearing none, all in favor, I need a motion for us to have for the opening of the public hearing, closing the public hearing, and saying thank you, because the revenue manual will be considered for adoption with the budget on June 9th.
Ms. Ashabir moved it, I second.
All right, so any further discussion?
And the motion was to close the public hearing.
Close the public hearing
It was
as
actually
well
item-
as understand that will be included in the budget on June 9th.
Item number 11.
Item number 11, yes. Okay, all in favor? Anyone opposed? Okay, we'll go next. The next item is a public hearing for municipal service districts. We're now going to open the public hearing for municipal service districts. Do we have any speakers, Madam Clerk?
Yes, ma'am, we have 2.
2 speakers that will join us. Christian Smith, come down, as well as Nathan Hoffman. Careful on the steps.
They have 3 minutes.
All right?
Kristen, we got to pull that down a little
Yeah,
more for you.
yeah.
Pull it down?
Yeah, there we are. Thank you.
Like, wait.
Okay.
Good evening. I'm Kristen Smith, and I've lived in Fourth Ward for 25 years and currently live in 400 North Church. Obviously, I'm a fan of uptown living and plan to live here for another 25 years. As residents, we want an aggressive response and dramatic impact to address our challenges in uptown. We want public safety, attention to the unsheltered and panhandling, beautiful streets, plazas, and programming. We also want people to know that uptown is safe, entertaining, and a great place to live and work. We think the Center City Partners Vibrancy Collaborative Plan is a great initiative to address those issues. Thus, I am in favor of the increase in the MSD 2 and 3 millage. The plan Center City Partners has put forth for the use of the increase in millage will enhance public perception and ensure economic vibrancy that is critical to the vitality of Uptown. I want to highlight that Center City Partners has been communicating with us and our condo leadership. Last Thursday, they came to a meeting with residents of 400 North Church and Chapel Watch to answer questions directly, share the plan to invest in these tactics, and to engage partners to leverage the MSD funds. We appreciate the communication from Center City Partners, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you. The increase requested is very small, but the incremental effect is transformational. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, Mr. Hoffman?
Bless you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council members, and Manager Jones. My name is Nathan Hoffman. I've lived in Uptown Charlotte for over 20 years, and I'm a homeowner in the historic Ivy's building on the corner of 5th and Tryon, 1 block from the city center. I serve on a number of nonprofits in Uptown, and I represent the Ivy's residences in ongoing community engagement efforts. I'm here tonight in support of the Uptown Vibrancy Initiative. The initiative is not just a proposal for a small millage increase, it's a promise to reinvest in our city's heart. The additional cost for condo owners in the MSD 2 and 3 is a very modest ask when weighed against the broader benefit of restoring verve, safety, and confidence in Uptown Charlotte. We have world-class institutions, historic architecture, and a walkable community. But over the last few years, we've seen a tangible shift. Less foot traffic, more vacancies, and rising concerns about public safety. This is not just a perception, it's a reality. However, the collaborative plan laid out, where public and private sectors join forces, offers a rare chance to reverse this trend with measurable momentum. As a resident, I want to see vibrancy return to our streets. Lights on more storefronts, events that draw people in, and a cleaner, safer environment for residents and visitors alike. I believe this initiative is how we get that done. I appreciate the business community in matching the investment, and Center City Partners is thinking long-term, not just about beautification, but about identity, pride, and sustainability. This is a smart move. It's time we all, residents and businesses alike, own our block. Thank you for considering this step forward for Uptown Charlotte.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hoffman. I believe that is the end of the speakers list. So do we have a motion to close the speaking list? And we will have the contracts for the municipal service districts will be considered by the City Council on June the 9th.
So moved, Madam Mayor.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, please raise your hand. All right, anyone opposed? All right, without that, we are now going to go to the public hearing on the Charlotte Future 2040 Community Area Plans and Revised Policy Maps. Do we have any speakers signed up, Madam Clerk?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, yeah. A few, I bet. Just a few. All right. Let's start with Carla Brazil and then have James Lockhart on one side, and then we can have Carla on the other side of the dais. Are you?
Mayor, you may want to declare that the public hearing is open on this item.
Okay, I want to declare that the public hearing is now open, and we will call the speakers in the order by which we have. So that is Ms. Brazil and Mr. Lockhart. Ms. Brazil,
2 minutes. She may,
are you here?
she needs to let them know they have 2
See.
minutes. They have 2 minutes.
Oh, that's right. I wanted to just say that when you come down, you will have 2 minutes to speak to the council in regards to the public hearing. So right now, I do not have Ms. Brazil nor Mr. Lockhart here. Okay, so do we have a motion to close the public? Oh, my gosh, there are more and more. All right, here we go. All right, so David Larson and Deb Ryan. Mr. Larson and Deb Ryan.
Alexander Rios.
Alexandra.
We are Alexandra Rios.
She's gonna get
I'll
them
just
back.
do number 3. It'll come back. Okay.
We'll get it.
Would you like to speak first?
Please, you go ahead and start out. 2 minutes, each of you.
Thank you. Well, I want to recognize the City of Charlotte employees that created this draft plan. Their efforts to ensure that the city develops intentionally are commendable. Charlotte has an opportunity to create compact, connected, and livable neighborhoods that sustainably provide for the needs of its citizens. Northeast, Middle, and Outer is the ideal area to innovate and lead in achieving these world-class aspirations. There are 2 ways the plan for NEMO falls short in its stated goals of increased access to housing, jobs, and amenities, 10-minute neighborhoods, and diverse and resilient economic opportunity. First, the plan focuses almost exclusively on increasing the housing supply while ignoring the need for more local jobs, amenities, and other goals. Second, the plan relies on private developers slowly implementing the vision as they develop and redevelop parcels. On the first point, despite acknowledging that the area followed the failed policies of car-centric development, the plan entrenches this design pattern by recognizing that the area remained residential with only small existing commercial areas around the edges to be reclassified as other types of commercial. To fix this, the plan should instead distribute more community activity and neighborhood center zones throughout the area to increase the number of households within a half-mile of job services and amenities. On the second point, the plan relies on developers to implement the vision as they develop vacant land parcel by parcel, and for existing communities to self-organize. This approach ensures the outcomes will never be fully realized. Instead, infrastructure should scaffold the area to guide development. The city needs to take a proactive and engaged approach to construct roads, sidewalks, and green spaces. This is what will make the area attractive to residents and businesses. So to summarize, the NEMO plan needs to be revised specifically to distribute community activity and neighborhood center zones throughout the area to allow more mixed-use development to build complete communities. And the city needs to actively implement the infrastructure to enable that vision. A lot of work has gone into this plan.
Thank you very
Let's not
much.
miss the
Your
opportunity.
time
Thank
is
you.
up. Thank you very much.
Mayor, could you have him announce his name, please?
Mr., would you say your name again for the clerk? Yes, please.
I apologize. My name is David Larson. Thank you again for your time.
All right. Thank you. Ms. Ryan, Deb Ryan, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, and I have a handout there, if we could share that. Good evening. I'm here to share thoughts on 2 of the city's new community plans, specifically the North Inner and Northeast Inner plans, where Norfolk Southern rail lines are located just north of Uptown. In the community plans, the area is designated an innovation mixed-use district. I believe this label isn't bold enough. This 220-acre site is unlike any others close to Uptown. It's mostly undeveloped, offering a rare opportunity for a truly transformative vision. It's not another South End or Camp North End where there are buildings to be saved and renovated. Instead, the lack of existing structures allow us to think big, and I mean really big. Since January, my graduate students at UNCC have been developing a vision for the site. We studied Queens Park proposal included in the Center City 2040 plan, but we ultimately rejected it too. It doesn't deliver on the 2040 comprehensive plan goals of complete communities and equitable development, but a more inclusive and economically viable plan could. Our plan envisions the rail lines to reconnect the east and west sides of the site. Cities around the world are doing this, and so can we. That infrastructure shift creates an opportunity for connecting a network of streets and unlocks the potential for a complete community. Over 10,000 housing units, most of them affordable, 1.6 million square feet of office space, a walkable shop-filled Main Street, a new school, and multiple arts facilities, a 100-plus acre network of green spaces, and a new Major League Baseball stadium, serving as a catalyst but not a core. I hope I've whet your appetite, and the handouts there are to give you more information, and on the back of the baseball card is a QR code to give you even more. All I'm asking tonight is you please reconsider the site's current designation from innovative mixed use to regional community center. The site deserves a more aspirational designation that better reflects what it can become. And there is no time than right now with these community plans to begin to make that happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ryan. Okay, our next speaker is Alexandra Rios, as well as Stephanie Lasnitz. Lasnitz. All right. If you could give us your name, come up here to the podium, yes.
Madam Mayor.
I haven't seen her yet, so give us your name again.
My name is Alexandra Rios.
All right, so we're trying to find Stephanie Lasnitz. So we'll go to the next speaker, who is Diana James. If you'll come down this way, we'll start. All right, Ms. Rios.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council, and everyone else here. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Alexandra Rios, and I'm a resident of Charlotte, North Carolina. With the intent to drive my point home without focusing specific on like one area, I'm going to talk about the community area plan in general. And first of all, I'm reading, sorry. The April 2025 community area plans favorably showcase the city's commitment to planned and sustainable growth. It's amazing. But the driving force behind these reports sometimes feels disconnected to the enriching programs that the city is actively working towards. To name a couple of great categories included in this report, there are the reclassification of land use, efforts to minimize the heat island effects, and the creation of 10-minute neighborhoods. Upon review of these reports, I couldn't help but notice that some of these directives are implemented in ways that almost contradict each other. For example, they all suggest turning the remaining raw lands into other land uses, which contradicts this idea of keeping natural tree canopies and reducing the heat island effect in our city. To mention a current example, around 15 acres of raw land in my specific neighborhood were recently completely demolished, taking with it precious flora and fauna of the native Charlotte landscape. I've discovered that the land was purchased by one of these typical luxury home developers that you see sprouting around the city, and my concern is that there should be a requirement to maintain some raw land when developing these areas. I understand that development is needed to keep up with the growing city's needs, but there is a gap in these reports in the way that they don't talk about the different incentives or how can we control the type of development that comes into these areas. I speak mainly about my specific community area, but I know for a fact there are no medical services and no viable nutritionally dense grocery store options.
Thank you very much for your comments. We'll now follow with Ms. James.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and members of City Council. My name is Diana James, and I am here to represent Stillberry Acres, as I have done many times before. I'm asking that the 2040 plan in the City of Charlotte provide protections and guidelines for industrial developments in close proximity to existing neighborhoods. As we dig into the 2040's planned revised policy map, it clearly shows that we are surrounded by a lot of purple, which symbolizes manufacturing and logistics. When the airport purchases a home in my neighborhood and tears it down, it seems like the lot is automatically rezoned from neighborhood 1 to manufacturing logistics level 2. My home is surrounded on 3 sides by rezoned lots that are owned by you. In theory, my neighbor could be a busy logistics center or manufacturing facility that could contain hazardous materials right in Stillberry. On page 23 of the Southwest Middle Plan under Manufacturing and Logistics, it states, this place type change delineates where neighborhood 1 uses encroach on an established manufacturing and logistics area to mitigate potential health risks or safety hazards for the encroaching neighborhood. Let me remind you, Steelberry Acres was established in the 1950s when CLT was nothing more than an airfield. I often hear the argument, you knew what you were buying. Most of us purchased our homes years before the 2017 airport commercial development strategy was created, when our neighbors were Steel Creek Presbyterian Church, the historic Manns, and the Douglas House was resting peacefully at the end of Christie Lane. Nowhere in our imaginations did we expect to have dozens of acres behind us and beside us to be clear-cut to the very edge of our property lines, taking with it mature trees and thousands of native plants. They did not leave a single blade of grass. We have neighbors in tears as they watch their backyard that was once their oasis become a disaster zone. Let's be clear, Steelberry Acres is not encroaching on manufacturing and logistics.
Thank you
These
very
developments
much.
are encroaching on us.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Our next speaker is Reverend Janet Garner Mullins and Eric Zavary. Eric, there you are. It's good to see you.
Good evening, council members. My name is Reverend Janet Garner Mullins, and I speak today not on behalf of any formal group, but as a resident who deeply cares about have shaped the fabric of our neighborhoods through hard work, cultural vibrancy, and unwavering dedication. With a population of 73%, 14% African American, 7% Latino, and 14% white. The question before us is clear. How will this plan serve the residents of the West Inner, guaranteeing that the residential character of our communities, the Crescent, and the Corridors of Opportunity are protected like those within the Wedge and South Charlotte, or simply reshape the landscape without us? I ask the council, how will economic investment ensure equitable access to housing, health care, and education so families aren't pushed out but empowered to thrive? How will infrastructure improve and prioritize safety and mobility for residents, promoting opportunity instead of displacement? What mechanisms will guarantee that our community voices are not just heard, but actively integrated into decision-making? And most critically, how will the city ensure that this plan creates lasting equity for the West Inner area rather than short-term advances that fail to sustain opportunity? Success cannot be measured by promises on paper, but by real outcomes that protect and uplift the very people who have built this community and have long been overlooked. I urge council, this must not be just expansion, but transformation that honors the people, preserve the legacy, and strengthen the West Inner always. Thank you for your time and attention.
Eric, you have the mic. 2
All right.
minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, council members. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to you tonight. My name is Eric Zaverl. I am with Sustain Charlotte. I am one of those nerdy planning people. I have my master's in urban design, and actually my professor, Deb Ryan, spoke earlier, so I'm honored to be here in front of her speaking about this. So I get the planning. It's complex. You know, it's not a simple thing. It has many different variables, and I'm here to support the process. It's necessary, it's messy, and involves change. However, the community area planning isn't just about zoning and maps. It is about people. It's about ensuring that every neighborhood has a voice in shaping the future. For the first time in decades, Charlotte actually is undertaking a planning process, right? So that's why it's a mess. It's going to be a messy process when we haven't done it for many decades. But we want to make sure it's inclusive in that process, that it brings together the residents, the stakeholders, and the city staff to create a shared vision for how the community grows and thrives. I want to recognize the work that has already been done. There's been thousands of residents that have shown up in open houses, participated in workshops, and provided feedback. The planning staff has done, I think, the best they could do, trying to get as many people involved and out to listen. The community area plan is an essential part to the success of the 2040 comprehensive plan. It serves as a bridge between the citywide goals and the on-the-ground realities that we face. So without these details at this neighborhood level, we risk really missing the nuances that make every community in Charlotte unique. So I want to urge you all to listen, to continue to support this community area planning process.
Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, our next speaker is Tanya Jameson and Nancy Pierce. Tanya and Nancy Pierce. Where's Nancy? She's usually here. Oh, there she is.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Tanya Jameson. I am the Director of Civic Advancement at Leading on Opportunity. I come here tonight in support of the Community Area Plans framework. The 14 community area plans are types of policies that we need stacked on top of the other important work that council is doing to create more opportunities for people to connect and thrive here. They are specific guidance on land use, transportation, open space, and infrastructure. And they are informed by the engaged citizens who weighed in on their needs and goals, by the people you all here tonight, and I hope that feedback will be taken into account to strengthen the plans that we see before us. I know many of you are often approached by nonprofit organizations that help people and individuals to keep their lights on, keep food on the table, and a roof over their heads. And this is important work. And in addition to this direct service, we need structural changes and policy changes. The challenges we face today are a result of decades of policies and practices that have been layered on top of each other that have allowed some people to thrive while others struggle. We need strategic policies to improve economic mobility. Each month, I watch your committee meetings and I see the various plans to create the structural changes that are needed so the children of the parents that these nonprofits serve won't become the clients in the future. These policies like workforce development plans, the mobility plan, and the community area plans are presented in different committee meetings. But when you look at it in totality, it comes together as a plan for how we guide the growth of this city. Adopting the 14 community area plans is a key phase in the implementation of the Charlotte 2040 plan, which we supported a few years ago. It was based in part on the recommendations of the Opportunity Task Force report to create a city in which all children, regardless of race, parental income, or zip codes, have a chance to thrive. Adopting the community area plans will get us closer to creating a city in which children whose parents are struggling today will not become the adults who are struggling 20 years from now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nancy, good to see you.
Ready?
Yes.
Yes. Greetings, Madam Mayor and Council. My name is Nancy Pierce. My neighborhood since 1984, Mary Oaks, is bounded by Central Avenue, Eastway Drive, and Briar Creek. The neighborhood board on which I sit has not yet deliberated on this matter, so I speak for myself this evening. As a citizen advocate, I've monitored land use for a long time. My first of many times at this podium was to advocate for our Mary Oaks Small Area Plan, which Council subsequently adopted in 1998. As we all know, since that time, population within the city limits alone has nearly doubled. So in the future, we have to provide a variety of housing types for all those people, deal with road and highway traffic, ensure safety and beauty, provide access to jobs, protect green space and clean air for all, ensure equitable access to resources, and my very favorite, create third places where Charlotteans can connect and thrive. This won't occur randomly. We need a plan with teeth. I would even say with fangs. Focused as it is on the future, the 2040 Community Area Plan document provides detailed suggestions for land development and public infrastructure improvements. If it's allowed to guide us, it will keep our city on track to become even greater than it is. However, what we know is that the future 2040 Community Area Plan and revised policy is merely a guide for the actual regulatory document, the UDO. I'm asking you to please prioritize aligning these two documents in cases where they are seriously contradict each other. And I understand there's a state issue with this. Hopefully, we can get past that. I support the future 24 community area plan in principle and process, as Eric said. I do hope that staff will listen to what our friends in Plaza Midwood and Stillberry Acres have to say. And we have an example along Central Ave.
Regarding the South Inner Community Area Plan. The Cherry community has been a part of the area planning process for a long time and is probably one of a few communities in the city with several area plans focused specifically on them. In 1992-93, I, along with others from our community, participated in the Cherry Small Area Plan process, and that plan was adopted by the full council in 1993. In 2011, I and other community members participated in the Midtown Moorhead Cherry MMC Area Plan process, and that plan was adopted by the City Council in 2012. That was probably among one of the last area plans done by the city. Fast forward to now. Since 2016, Cherry has been a part of this current process. Even before there was a Comp 2040 plan, we participated in the policy plan and places type sessions, and since then, we have been a part of the Comp 2040 process. We fully understand how important these plans are and the role that they play in determining what our community will look like, or if they will even have a community in the future, so we don't take them lightly. In this instance, we cannot support the South Inner Area Plan in its current form as it relates to Cherry. There are still some areas that need to be addressed in this plan, and we have noted those over the course of this process in person, virtually, and throughout the document online, especially on the policy map. Also, I live on Baldwin Avenue in Cherry, and the parts of this plan that highlighted Baldwin Avenue and 3rd Street as a focus area, including the images on page 98, existing place types on page 99, and renderings on page 101 are misleading.
Thank you very much. All right, you ready?
Good evening. I'm Mike Pompey. I'm here representing my neighborhood, Barrington Woods, off of West Boulevard. According to your 2040 plan, in our neighborhood, you're going to open up a street, which is Chelston Drive, directly into West Boulevard. Once you do this, it's only a right turn that you can take into a major traffic area. Furthermore, one street over is Walton, which is the street directly to the school. It's been determined now that it's over 1,300 cars that come down that street daily. So opening up another street and another channel is not something that we're actually looking for. But it's an NC on both sides, so it's small service centers that could be there. Furthermore, you have Clinton Road, which has a red light. You have Walton has a red light, and Dr. Carver have a red light. All these red lights are like 50 feet apart, and you're going to open up another street to dump into this West Boulevard. I think you need to be looking at this more seriously. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. All right, our next speaker, we're going to ask, I believe Stephanie Lazen is here now. Please come down.
We still have two.
Hi, good evening. My name is Stephanie Loss. I'm here to represent the Stillberry Acres community and to speak on the Charlotte Future 2040 plan. My community area plan is called the Southwest Inner. Although that's been hard to follow throughout this process, as the project and the areas have changed names many times, making it very difficult to Google and follow along online. When I look at this plan, the first thing I notice is that the residents seem to be missing from this plan. I'm not necessarily against the 2040 plan, but I am against, I don't think that there's been enough input from the residents yet. I don't believe that our voices have been heard. In particular, Stillberry Acres. We are the only neighborhood in all of Mecklenburg County that are facing these specific issues. We do not fit into a cookie-cutter plan and need a deeper assessment of what our future looks like. What I mean by that, I live on Douglas Drive. My neighborhood is next to Still Creek's Presbyterian Church, where earlier in this year, you guys voted for the Foundry, the airport bought the Foundry. That development has began, and Ms. James spoke earlier, there is literally 3 feet from these people's property line. We have rivers running through the backyards of a lady that's lived there for 65 years. She's the original homeowner, and nothing, it feels like nothing is being done. We want our voices heard. We need to be part of this plan. We deserve to be part of this plan. We've come to council many, many times asking for MAUs, asking for partnerships, asking for you guys to support us in opening up these conversations, to help force these conversations so that they can be a good partner for us. One of the most things that stand out to me in the 2040 plan the most is it states that residential is encroaching on manufacturing and logistics. But in fact, they are encroaching on us. We were here first. Our neighborhood goes back to the 50s and was largely built in support of the airport. So now we're taking that housing away from these people that desperately need this affordable housing. These houses are being bought and they're being bulldozed. It's a shame, and thank you all for your attention, your time and attention tonight.
Okay, so our next speakers are Jamal Smith and Kimba Samuel. Kiva. Sorry. She's here. She here? Kiva Samuel, Jamal Smith. So I believe that ends our list for the community future, the comments on the Charlotte Future 2040 Community Area Plans revised map. And so we will now go to our next,
The public hearing.
I know we need a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved, Madam Mayor.
Second motion and second. Any comments, suggestions? All in favor? I'm sorry, suggestions, Ms. Mayfield.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As far as my comment, I do think we have an opportunity. I have a concern that we're looking to approve all 14 plans in one motion. There have been very clear concerns that have been shared from different parts of the community. In one part of the conversation, we say that we support neighborhood diversity and continuity. But at the same time, we approved a number of new multifamily that's going to be annexed in the city. That in itself changes community. It changes neighborhoods. When you have infill development and you have a residential, single-family community that now has 200-plus multifamily units that's placed right in the middle of that community, I think we still need to do some work, and we need to approve the plans as they are supported by community, instead of attempting to approve all 14 plans in one motion, based on not just the comments we heard tonight, the comments that we have been hearing for years, as well as the emails that we've received. You now have 3 different individuals that are sitting at this dais that have represented District 3 on some point. We have watched Stillberry Acres. We have seen the impact of Stillberry Acres from residential to being commercial. It is commercial because council wanted it so, and we wanted it so through our approval of proposals that came before us. I appreciate the fact that we have this hearing tonight, and I definitely appreciate that this is not a hearing and a decision, but I think we have an opportunity to break this up and really look at these plans individually based on the needs of the community, because that should be our ultimate goal. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Watlington? All right, I thought I had Ms. Watlington first.
I'll be brief.
Brown.
I agree with Councilmember Mayfield and would be open to entertaining how that might look, but I think that's the right move in principle. Thank you.
Ms. Brown?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I too agree with the senior out here on this dais, Councilmember Mayfield, but all jokes aside, to allow our constituents to be able to give us feedback and to see what we can do. to implement their needs and their concerns. A lot of times, I do want to go on record saying, people will say, oh, we don't care. No, there's red tape. Come sit in this seat. We do care. We care a lot. But a lot of times our hands are tied because things are already done that we can't change. But anything that we can specifically change, we want to change. We hear you. We want to make sure that we support you. And that's the kind of leader that I am. That's the kind of leader that my colleagues are. So give us an opportunity to hear you tonight as we are hearing you to see what we can implement. We can't change the world, and Rome wasn't built overnight. So, we are trying to do the best that we can. Politics is politics. I said it. It's on the record, okay? Don't look at me like that. I said it.
Thank you. Ms. Johnson?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And Councilmember Mayfield, you are on a roll tonight. I don't know what you had for breakfast, but I want
love
to.
it, but that's
So
what we could be
she's
in
right,
second deal.
and we've talked about these community area plans, and we know that there was less than 1% community input when these were developed. I've asked that question numerous times. So rather than dissect it and, determine which ones we're going to delay, perhaps we look at delaying it overall. And that would be my recommendation, because we've said this all along. So again, when we talked about doing something differently in the other room, this is an opportunity. So, Mr. Manager, if you can take our comments, I think that there's interest to delay the implementation of the community area plans. We should have a baseline. We should have a benchmark where at least X number of residents have given input. But point or less than 1% is certainly not efficient or effective, in my opinion. Thank you.
Ms. Molina?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So what I'll say is, first of all, thank you to everybody who came out on this rainy day to come and speak to the council. I want to echo the sentiments of my colleagues in saying that, your points are well taken. I think I have a question, kind of open-ended for the manager. Mr. Manager, do we have a definitive date that we're proposing for what would be a vote on the area plans?
So thank you, Councilmember Molina. I would like Monica Holmes to come down just to do just that.
Okay,
just to say what the schedule has been, take input from the council, but I do want her to lay out what the schedule has been.
Thank you.
Sure. We have scheduled for this Thursday, open webinar, which we invite, obviously we've heard feedback and taken notes, but we invite anybody watching or here tonight to participate in that webinar, where we will have breakout rooms and you can walk through each of the 14 area plans one-on-one with staff members. We had projected to come back to council on May 27th. That is on the agenda. We obviously are open to considering having additional meetings, conversations with some of the comments that we've heard tonight. And again, that is a proposed date that can be amended if we are hearing things that we need to have some additional feedback and meetings. We added the webinar on Thursday. We're also available to schedule one-on-ones with specific neighborhoods like Stillbury Acres and others that might need a little more additional conversation and maybe feel like they haven't gotten all of their input in. So that tentative date was May 27th. We can go back and relook at it, and we're happy to have additional dialogue around it if that's what's needed. We want to make sure people feel and have their voice heard.
Thank you for that. And also, I wanted to highlight, on the Transportation Planning and Development Committee, we've had these discussions about intermittently how we intend to add some of those conversations over time, where they don't, change the overall plan, but not to say that, that's not saying that we're not changing the plan or anything. I'm saying full scope, intermittently throughout the process and ongoing, there are also additional places that are planned in the process throughout where we'll be able to make small changes. And it's escaping me. I got a lot going on in my head, but I do remember that we did talk about sort of an implementation process where over time, we had the opportunity to implement small changes indefinitely based on some of the feedback that we got. I think we called them small
Yes, they're specific plans or small
go.
area plans. So we have 4 layers of planning. So the 2040 plan is that topmost broad, the umbrella plan of policies for the city. Then you have strategic plans, which are things like the workforce development plan, our mobility work. Then underneath that, you have these, which are the 14 area plans that provide that next level of detail on land use, mobility, open space, infrastructure. But nestled underneath that are what you heard, similar to the Midtown Moorhead Cherry Plan, those very small area plans that are a specific neighborhood or tackle a specific issue, similar to something we would see in the corridor playbooks. Really like a 5 to 10 year how we're implementing that broader area plan. So you would see that in a transit station area, an area that may be experiencing rapid growth. And those are still going to occur. So even we have the community area plans, we will work towards adoption on those, but we will not stop those specific plans that are kind of further guidance. They will not change the area plan, but they will add more specific details around investment and around the short-term things that are happening in those specific areas.
Thank you for that. So Monica, and I'm speaking so much because again, you know, being on the Transportation Planning and Development Committee, we've had some of these conversations, and notwithstanding any of the the conversation around the day as to offer, additional time to this, I definitely am in full agreement there. But from a conversational perspective, as Vice Chair of the Transportation Planning and Development Committee, I know that we've had some of the conversations around the smaller processes that have to take place in areas with the scope as small of as a neighborhood as far as implementation is concerned. So again, taking away some of the narrative that we've learned tonight, maybe that would extend the actual vote, but just thinking about the layers and the process for implementation, how we can take, for an example, on the west side, Steelberry Acres, that is very specific, and some of the other west side neighborhoods that have spoken out, and even east side that I, noted and saw that came out tonight, and some of the, additional areas, how we, take that feedback and how much we can actually implement it, from a policy standpoint, in the overarching plan, or is that something that would, be implemented on a smaller level, but, just, again, I have the framework because we've had the conversation, but just making sure that we give that properly to the public to let them know how we'll work with them over time and make sure that they know that we are listening to them.
Right, and I think having those conversations with communities and in those one-on-ones is really helpful to help outline what's in a community area plan, what the goals of that are, and then how we build on that with a specific area plan.
Thank you. That's all I have, Madam Mayor.
Ms. Brown?
Okay, thank you so much. Monica, stay there. I thank you. You and your team, you were amazing. I know the first time I took your meeting, I was in the car, and I told you it was that important for me to be stable so that I can get all the information that I need, so I can take it back to the community leaders so they can have all the time that they need with the information that you provided. So you can tell them how tough I am when it comes to asking questions about the community, their needs, and how they're being met. But we have to make sure that the information is out there so that the community can get it. And I know that you've done a good job with that. You just mentioned Steelberry Acres, but it's all of District 3. It's so big, it's so broad, it's not about one community. I love all my communities the same. And so I want the equal scale, the scales to be balanced. The same thing for Steelberry Acres, West Boulevard, Behringer Drive, Revolution Park, down on Airwood, Woodlawn, where we have so much stuff going on. I care about all my communities the same. There's no scales unbalanced with me. So with that being said, I love the fact that you give me the opportunity to ask you the tough questions and deliver the tough information. So I'm open to meeting with you and any member of community, not only that's not in this chamber, but the ones that are just looking on TV. I'm open to meet. Everybody know that. Nothing has changed since I took my oath.
All right, thank you. All right, so Ms. Sajmira?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I've heard a lot over several weeks about community area plan, but one thing has been constant is we hear from the same folks over and over again, but really no changes are being made. And the frustration is, that's what I hear, that it's one thing being available for discussion, but it's another thing if there is whole neighborhood, when you are constantly hearing the same feedback from the same neighborhood, that we do not want manufacturing, we do not want industrial, we are concerned about environmental impacts, I think that needs to be taken seriously. Stephanie has spoken in this chamber at least 5 times, I can count. Not just her, but some of her neighbors. But I feel like the public hearing, the public input is not being taken into consideration.
So I appreciate that comment, and we spoke about it at TPD committee, and we handed out about 20 pages of the comments that we had received thus far, and summarizing them. On May 19th, we plan on releasing staff responses and the actions on all. As of last count, we had over 500 comments. So how those were being incorporated and publishing those on our website. I think given the dialogue, we will stand true to that day and time and get all of that information out and make sure we can send it to our listserv. We can push it out via social media. We want people to see what their suggestions have been and how they are incorporated into the plans. So we can make sure that you guys are equipped with that as well, so that you can distribute that to others that have provided feedback. And then so what's incorporated will be very clear as to why, how, and what that looks like, because we don't want people to feel like their comments are going into a black hole. We want to have a full loop around that. And so we talked through that at TPD, and we're happy to kind of come back and make sure that you all have that information. We're still receiving comments right now, and our staff is actively going through those comments. And we'll be receiving them up until, we need to, basically. So through that date I just mentioned, the 19th, and then the 20th, we'll publish online all the comments and feedback. And if we're getting a flood and we need to delay that a little bit longer, we're happy to continue to receive comments and publish it back. But we're going to start doing that on a rolling basis so you can see through what has been contributed, then what our response is, and why our response is the way that it is. And then if we need a follow-up, we're happy to do that too.
Yes, I think that would be very helpful, Ms. Holmes. So 19th is when the council will get the package. Am I hearing that correctly? And when is the adoption date currently scheduled for?
So we were just having that conversation. Right now, it's on the 27th agenda. I think we want to really look at that and have some conversation around that. And if we need to adjust it based on the comments we have, then we're willing to do that.
Yes, I think just 1 week would not be enough. I mean, I've gone through 14 community area plan, and I know I had shared so many questions I had with you. It took me 3 days to go over this community area plans. I just think if you're asked to review all the comments of 14 community area plans in a week, and we don't even get our packages till Thursday or Friday, I just think it's not fair for council to have to make a decision by 27th. So if we can take a look at deferring that to later, so at least council has sufficient time to review the feedback as well as reach out to the constituents directly. To Councilwoman Molina's point, right? There are communities in East Charlotte, there are communities in West Charlotte, to Councilmember Brown's point, where district representatives have enough time to talk to their neighborhoods. I think it would be wise, instead of waiting, let's just go ahead and do that. I think you heard that from at least 6 of us, that we would like to see this we want enough time. That's all I have. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Jones?
So thank you. Thank you, Mayor, members of council. I was trying to slip in the queue. Totally agree. There's no one tonight that's saying, let's rush to get this done on the 27th. I really appreciate what the vice chair said. Sometimes the committee members are closer to a topic in the
Right.
rest of the council. And so I believe there's no issue with delaying this, moving to pass the 27th. You know, some of the things that you talked about last time, like Councilmember Johnson talked about having the Zooms, the virtual.
Yeah, the
you know,
webinar. Yeah.
Webinars, and that's happening. And so staff will continue to collect data, continue to talk with you about what's important to you, so that when it comes time to have this in front of the council, you feel comfortable about the vote. Is that fair?
It's fair. Thank you.
Monica, can you tell me the role of the planning committee and what they would be doing and how they would fit into this process that we're evolving to now?
So they will recommend it to you for your vote. So they have a meeting scheduled on May 20th. They could recommend it at that point, or they could recommend it at their June meeting. They could have a specially called meeting. But per our process, they will recommend it, so it has to go through them for a recommendation before it comes to you for a vote.
So I think that the committee has heard what the council has asked for, and I would assume that that means that the committee would like to have that same kind of opportunity as well. Okay.
Can I just ask one more question?
I have Ms. Mayfield
Okay, good.
next.
Okay.
Ms. Mayfield?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, of which my question is somewhat in alignment, because I had a question, I guess it would be for you, Ms. Holmes. When you're sending the information over to committee, are you also sending them all of the community comments broken down, not in that community comment bubble where it's just a bunch of words, but very specific comments to each area?
Yes, we have them divided by what plan they're on. I'm looking at staff. We have them divided by what plan they're on, and then by topic area, and then it has the comment, and then it has how we address the comment.
And that's what's also,
Yes,
you're saying.
it'll be the
you're
same,
recommending
yes.
coming to council. I want to reiterate where I started with this conversation, Mr. Manager. I do not think that it is the right step to look at all 14 area plans in one motion to either approve or deny. These 14 area plans, there is some distinction in community. If this is also part of a living document, we should not rush it. Some areas may be further along than other areas. Those areas where they've had much more community input, and that input has actually, it is reflected through the language, then that is a different conversation. One of the challenges that I have heard over the years, and this is not a slight, because Monica, all of us at some point have been out with you and your team when you're reaching out to community. The conversation still becomes, once the community gives us their questions, suggestions, ideas, how can we show them that it's actually implemented? And if we are not able to do that, that's why I think we have an opportunity to slow it down. Because if I can explain that in South Park, then, okay, maybe South Park is ready to move forward. But if I can't explain that on the west side, and when they've been having the same conversation, we just started off this with a proclamation of 250 years of Charlotte-Mecklenburg. Well, we're looking at an impact that's going to be 50-plus years based off of what we're doing today. I think we deserve, for ourselves, for future councils, but most importantly for the community, for us to break these area plans up, give them the respect that they're due, because again, I'm gonna go back to District 3. District 3 has shifted. Now, parts of what was, when we started this conversation of the area plans, what was once District 3 and now parts of District 2. What was once District 2 is now parts of District 1 and District 5. So we have had a shift in our map. It ain't shifted, their house didn't move. But the impact of what we have done has moved their trajectory in that home. And if we say agent in place, neighborhood continuity, neighborhood diversity. Let's give the neighborhood the chance to say what that looks like. So I just don't want us, while we're having these discussions and we're sharing our thoughts and ideas, to miss. I started this with saying, let's break up these 14 area plans and not try to approve them. And I hope my colleagues see the value in us considering it this way. Let's not just say yay or nay to 14 area plans. Let's look at the plans individually on their own merit to see if what is being proposed is actually going to help that community to grow and diversify versus dropping a blanket that's going to impact other areas that we have not fully invested in. We started investment, but we haven't completed.
I think that we've heard from everyone, and so we are ready to move forward.
Yes, ma'am.
We need to close the.
No, you have a motion and
We
a
have to
second
have a
to
motion
close.
and
close.
to close the public
Need a
hearing.
vote.
Did you want to say
You have a motion and a
And a
second. We
second.
just
Who
need
has
to
the
vote.
motion and a second? Okay, all in favor, please raise your hands. Anyone opposed?
Just closing the motion.
Just closing.
Yeah, just closing the motion. We have another public hearing, and that's on the proposed fiscal year 2026 operating budget. And if you are prepared, we'll go ahead and begin that process. And we're going to start with Lloyd Shear. Lloyd?
He's right here.
I know he's here.
Mayor, do you officially open the public?
Bye-bye.
Officially
See you, Don.
open the public hearing for this, right?
Lloyd, you don't have to go all the way up top. You can be right there.
No,
Thank you for helping her.
no, Lloyd, no.
Oh, Lord. It's hard.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, honorable council members. Thank you for your service. I'll add the Planning Commission there, too. It's important. We need more money for police, fire department, medic, even though it's not your purview. And we also need more money for transportation. Doing pennies is not going to make it work faster. As I've traveled all over with my business and the county, I found things interesting. In Houston, they charge you $3 a night, and that money goes to subsidize their football, baseball, and basketball arena. They lowered the price on their taxes for prepaid meals and things of that nature. Maybe that'll help increase some people going out to eat now. Then we also need money. So what I found was that in one community, they charge you $1 for community service. That goes to the police, goes to the fire department, goes to their emergency services and transportation. And when you stayed in the hotel, they gave you a free bus pass to use their public transportation. I know you want to raise a penny, but those pennies are adding up to a lot of seniors and adding up to those that really can't afford it. We've been raising pennies since when I was on the commission. We did a half cent. That's not a half cent, that's a penny. And so what I'm suggesting, I would like the council, and I'm going to speak to the county commission, that we start looking at the fees. Then we don't have to go to the state and ask permission. You have the ability to put fees on there, and think what that would do to the budget in the future. I'm sorry, what?
No, go ahead.
Okay. Think what that would do in the future to help with police, the fire department, and the citizens aren't paying for it. The people that are visiting Charlotte, they have to use our police. They have to use our fire department. They have to have emergency services, and we want them to use our transportation system. It's got to be a different way. We just can't keep going to have a campaign for another half penny or another penny. We've been adding too many pennies over the years, and I'd like to suggest that we look at something different. I apologize. I've got Parkinson's, so that's why
No
I'm
apology
shaking and
necessary,
stuff.
Lloyd. None needed.
But thank you all for your service. I know, I used to say I did 8 years of purgatory, and I'm not Catholic, so I understand what you go through. Y'all be safe, be healthy. God bless. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we have two additional speakers, Kristen Coughlin and Catherine Monage. You'll have 2 minutes once you come down. If you would give us your name.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Kristen Coughlin.
All right. Ms.
First off, I wanted to express our gratitude for not only the proposed allocation of funds towards the Adoption Center and Shelter Expansion Project, but also the integration of ACC into general services. These are exciting steps forward, and I believe countless lives, both animal and human, will be positively impacted by their implementation. A few concerns still remain. First, additional positions were requested by ACC, but it does not appear that they have been proposed. With the timeline of the new shelter expansion still a few years away, interim solutions are vitally important. Intake numbers are higher than ever and will likely continue to climb. Every day, approximately 117 people are moving to the Charlotte, North Carolina area. In 2023, about 66% of U.S. households owned a pet. In addition, around 35% of Americans own more than one pet. In the next 2 years alone, based on that current data, there would be over 56,000 new pet residents to our city without even accounting for the multi-pet households. With those numbers and the already stretched thin staff at ACC, adding the requested positions is crucial to keep pace with the current growth trends. Additionally, when ACC transitions to general services, our hope is that the ACC director will report to the general services director. The reduced bureaucracy that would accompany this reporting structure would result in more time and energy being funneled towards the care and advocacy of our shelter residents. The Adoption Center and shelter expansion, along with the transition to general services, are changes that would not be possible without your care and consideration. And while these will be highly impactful, I would strongly urge you to consider adjusting the proposal to include the additional requested positions. In doing so, it would offer short-term relief while we wait for the longer-term solutions to come to fruition. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you, Ms. Coughlin. Ms. Monge, if that mic doesn't, you might want to put it a little bit closer in, okay? You have 2 minutes.
Good evening, council members. My name is Catherine Monge. I was born and raised here in Charlotte and now attend UNCC. I also volunteer at Charlotte-Mecklenburg Animal Care and Control, a place that brings me a deep sense of joy and purpose, even though the work is often stressful, messy, and lately heartbreaking. I've been supporting the shelter in different ways since I was 19, but I only became an official volunteer at 21 because the onboarding process was so long and complicated. This is a problem because we desperately need more volunteers, and I believe more young people like me would step up if the process to get involved were easier and more accessible. That's one reason I support the proposal to separate the animal shelter from CMPD so the shelter can focus more directly on animal care and community involvement. I also want to highlight the urgent need for more resources like kennel space. Overcrowding is constant and adds enormous strain to the volunteers, public, staff, and animals. I strongly support the proposal to fund the shelter expansion project and hope it's just the beginning of continued investment in this critical service. Thank you for listening to our concerns and for addressing some of them in the FY26 budget. It means a lot to us on the front lines. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next two speakers are Kane Aldan Bermez Bey and Lauren Patterson. So would you give us your name, please? Would you give us your name, please?
Kanaya Don Bermudez Bay.
All right, thank you.
Power to the people. Good evening. My name is Kanaya Don Bay, a graduate of Olympic High School, class of 2013, and a survivor of gun violence. Too many people I grew up with, like Nate Rodriguez, Collie Holmes, Samuel Harrison Stitt, Anthony White, and Keith Lamont Scott, are no longer here today due to gun violence. I also witnessed the police kill Justin Carr on September 21st, 2016, in front of the Omni Hotel. Whether committed by civilians or police, gun violence is preventable, and the cost is staggering. Each homicide costs our community around $625,000. Yet Mecklenburg County's Office of Violent Prevention only receives $300,000 and may lose even 5% of that. This is the only such office in the entire state of North Carolina. We are demanding that the city match that $300,000 investment. Gun violence is overwhelmingly happening in Charlotte, not the surrounding towns, so city support is vital. In closing, do you know what is worse than depending on the police to solve crime? To prevent crime. That's so much worse to do. Even police chiefs agree. We can't arrest our way out of this. Community violence intervention programs work when funded. Chicago CREED cut violent crimes arrested by 73%. Safe Streets in Baltimore reduced gun violence by 45%. Charlotte can do the same. The closest example we have is Alternatives to Violence in the Nation 4 corridor. The city is currently funding them, yet they desperately need a drastic salary increase, especially since they have already decreased crime by 3.5%. The closest example We're asking that you light the skyline orange this June, Gun Violence Prevention Month, to honor those we have lost, show your commitment to change. Crime stems from poverty stems from a lack of resources, and a lack of resources stems from a lack of power. Thank you, and revolutionary love.
Thank you. Is Lawrence Patterson? Lauren Patterson, are you here? Okay, so we'll go Meg Fensel. Meg, is Meg here? She's not here, thank you. Marjorie Storch. And June Blocknick. Please come down. Good to see you guys. You want to start? Please do.
Hello, my name is Margie Storch. I'm a member of the Unitarian Universalist Community of Charlotte and also representing our Green Faith group working for environmental justice. We encourage council support of the updated Strategic Energy Action Plan to help Charlotte reach its goals to source 100% of its energy use in city buildings and fleet from zero carbon sources by 2030, and to become a low-carbon city by 2050 with less than 2 tons of carbon dioxide emissions equivalent per person. This is especially important now as our state legislature, Congress, and President has failed to take the necessary actions to prevent dangerous climate chaos and to protect our health. Since 2015, greenhouse gas emissions in Charlotte have gone from 13.6 CO2 equivalents per person to 8.7 CO2 per person in 2023. And I'm looking forward to seeing the 2024 data on the CAP dashboard, because we have still much work to do. I recommend we expand energy education and incentives throughout our community to get everyone involved in this effort, especially the biggest energy users. My religious community campus is small, but we are benchmarking our energy use and making energy improvements as part of Charlotte's Power Down the Crown program. And I encourage others to take action in this way to help Charlotte meet our goals. We know that climate change affects everyone, but not equally. Please support the People's Budget that includes funds for 400 energy-efficient units for rental apartments.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, Joan.
Good evening. I'm June.
I know, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
It's good to see you. Thank you.
Okay, good to see you. I'm June Blotnick. I'm co-founder of the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Climate Leaders, a broad coalition working to ensure that the city and the county set ambitious climate goals and successfully meet them. Coalition members include Charlotte Heat Mappers, Trees Charlotte, and Soul Nation, among others. We are here to strongly support the people's budget, particularly the $2 million request to launch a pilot program so landlords can add environmentally friendly AC units at 400 apartments. While there are thousands of homes without air conditioning here in Charlotte, we believe this is a good starting point and are committed to working with you to get an AC mandate adopted as soon as possible. Climate risk emerged as the primary concern in the CAP Plus public survey with good cause. According to Climate Check, North Carolina ranks 9th for heat risk among the lower 48 states. In a typical year, around 1990, people in Charlotte experienced about 7 days above 95.6 degrees. By 2050, people in Charlotte are expected to experience an average of about 40 days over 95.6. We know low-income neighborhoods will be most effective due to limited tree canopy and increased concrete coverage. Steps must be taken now to ensure all Charlotte residents have air conditioning, a critical climate resilience strategy, and a larger heat adaptation plan. The climate leaders encourage you to support the people's budget and address this climate justice and public health issue by funding the $2 million air conditioning pilot program for those most in need. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next two speakers are Chloe Flint Johnson and John Chin. Can you give us your name, please?
Yes. Good evening. Thank you for your time. My name is Chloe Flint Johnson. I'm 16 years old, and I'm here in support of CAP. I'm not sure how many kids I want when I grow up. 1 or 2 is too little, 3 is uneven, and 4 seems like too much. But however many I end up with, I want what every parent wants, for them to have a good life. If global warming keeps on going the way it is now, that's not going to happen. When I was preparing this speech, I looked up some statistics, and the global temperature index looked like this. In 1974, the annual mean was 31.9 degrees Fahrenheit. Last year, it was 34.3. In only 50 years, the global annual mean has risen by 2.4 degrees. That might not seem like a lot, but to put it into perspective, the point of no return is when we reach an annual temperature of 34.7 degrees Fahrenheit. In 50 years, I'll be 66. My mom's sitting over there, or there, and she'll be 106. Chances are she's not going to be around that long, but she still cares about these abnormally rising temperatures because she cares about me. Everybody says they care about the children, and yet nobody wants to do anything to protect them. We owe it to the next generation to fix our mistakes before they become irreversible. I don't want this to be the world that my children inherit. I don't want them to have to live with a problem that they didn't contribute to creating. The future of humanity deserves better, and we need to act now before it's too late. Again, thank you for my time. My name is Chloe Flint Johnson, and the kids at my church made this poster in support of climate justice. Thank you.
All right, John Chin and Cass Otley. Okay, John's not here. Cass Otley and Philip Barbie.
Yeah.
Cass and Philip Barbie. I see her, but I'm looking for, is Philip Barbie here? Okay, thank you. Come on down carefully. Cute little guy. I going first? Yes, please, go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't know I was
Thank
supposed to
you.
go first. Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Manager, and City Council members. I'm here this evening to talk about equity, opportunity, and generational wealth. The city workers in this city of Charlotte work extremely hard to keep this city clean, to make it attractive, and many people come to the city because of the attractiveness and the cleanliness of the city. But city workers are still struggling because over the past years, they have been behind as far as getting advances, raises, and also a minimum wage. And while the workers appreciate the $24 that was proposed, we have been trying to get a $25 minimum wage for the last 3 years. And we came about that figure from Economic Policy Institute, which states that to live in the city of Charlotte and to thrive and to be able to grow, it would take $26 and change. So while our workers are still moving in the right direction, a lot of them have tried to apply for the Home Down Payment Assistance Program, and they don't make enough money to be able to qualify. And that's heartbreaking, because they want to be able to have homes in the city, they want to be able to live here, they want to be able to thrive here, and we're right there on the cusp. But in able to make it over the hump, we need something aggressive. We need workers to be able to make $25 an hour to be able to live and thrive in the city, and we also need a 6% increase for workers. They work extremely hard on a daily basis. We have 117 new residents that move into Charlotte every single day. Not only does that stress the infrastructure, it also makes more work for the sanitation workers, for the roads and everything else. Over the winter, we had over, I think it was like 400 water main breaks around the city. Charlotte Water worked around the clock in cold, wet, all types of things. We had a meeting and one of our guys was in a hole digging while he was trying to work. And all we're asking for is for you to think about them during this budget. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Carol Hardison. No. No? Is she here? Oh.
Philip Barbie.
Philip? Right there. Barbie? Sorry. It's been a long day. I probably need to go get my glasses, actually. All right, please, you have 2 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Philip Barbie. I proudly served the Charlotte Fire Department for 7 years. I also serve on the Public Safety Pay Plan Committee. And I'm here to talk with y'all about the challenges that we're facing as firefighters. Our pay plan starts firefighters at roughly 65% of our market rate, what we're worth. And then we have 5% steps that bring us closer to 100% over time. These are not raises, but structural progression to full market rate. The model is common in public service, but lately it's been misunderstood. The proposed budget claims that a recruit hired in 2020 has received 58% raises over time to now, or 25% or $25,000 increase. That is not accurate. One firefighter I spoke with today started at $42,000. He's now at $57,000. He started in 2022. That's after a promotion. That's 33%. On top of that, we're facing increases to our health insurance premiums, deductibles, and out-of-pocket maximums. Inflation over that same period was 23.56%, meaning that the proposed 1.5% cost of living adjustment is not a raise. We are also being required to work mandatory overtime due to staffing shortages seasonally. This time away from our families and other income opportunities. And if we used any approved leave during our 24-day pay cycle, we're paid straight time for that mandatory overtime. What can you do about this, you might ask? First, use the ARPA funds to keep health insurance costs flat while working on a sustainable solution long-term. Second, ensure firefighters that are forced to work overtime receive time and a half regardless of leave taken. Thank you for your time and support.
Thank you. All right, the next person that I have is Carol Hardison and Tiffany Font. that.
Oh, they put their signs on the glass.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and the women of Charlotte City Council.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, it's a pleasure to be here in support of the people's budget. I'm Carol
You might
Hardison.
want to pull the mic up a little bit, Carol. Thank you.
I'm Carol Hardison. I'm here in support of the people's budget. I'm the CEO of Charlotte's Crisis Assistance Ministry. We're a one-stop shop safety net for basic needs for people struggling for sustainable housing. They seek housing stability in the form of rent payments, or it might be a free pair of work boots so they can take a job in our community. I had the pleasure of joining you all last week for the manager's presentation and was very pleasantly surprised to hear a lot about the several benefits that were made available, some of the pay increases. But as you've heard from the two before me, we're not world-class yet. And so if we want to be a world-class city, we have to pay the people that keep the city running. They are the reason our city exists. We need $25 an hour. We need to support our neighbors at Crisis Assistance Ministry and the fire department. And particularly, I'll say, as was referenced earlier with some of the speakers in the people's budget, the air conditioning pilot. I really like that. We work with over 400 landlords, and I know those 7,500 people who need those ACs are most likely living in those apartment complexes that we work with. We would love to partner with you to reach out to those individuals and those landlords. It's a true danger. It's a safety issue. When moms and dads come and we know their children are struggling, fans just don't get it. It's a safety issue, and I'd love to see that pilot take opportunity. Speaking of working in partnership, I want to close by saying I started my day with 3 people from Housing and Neighborhood Services who came to Crisis Assistance with a neat new idea about how to partner to help our residents further. So thank you for that partnership.
Hi, how y'all doing today? Great, good stuff. I am Tiffany Fenn, Executive Director of Soul Nation, a climate and environmental justice organization here in Charlotte. I am also a Charlotte native, which is most important, West Side all day, with roots in Hidden Valley. And I'm also AKA a unicorn. And we all know that unicorns are magical, so let's just follow the magic. I am here because Soul Nation is a part of the people's budget. Many people have various feelings about climate and environmental justice, but feelings aren't facts. Facts are Charlotte's historically redlined neighborhoods, particularly those with a higher percentage of Black residents, face greater risk from extreme weather events like heat waves and flooding, as well as increased exposure to air pollution. Fact, there is less tree canopy in East and West Charlotte, and without canopy, those areas heat more quickly in the summer and cool in the winter, which means higher energy bills. In sharing these facts, I want it to be clear that we are all experiencing climate change, but we are not experiencing climate change in the same way. So Soul Nation's dollars and ultimately the budget, approving Soul Nation dollars and ultimately the budget means that we will be able to have community-owned data that is effectively collected and documents the environmental issues from those most impacted, aggregate and prioritize tangible solutions, and partner with the city to inform your various plans, such as the 2040, CAP Plus, the Bloomberg American City Challenge, and others. As your official, unofficial climate ambassador unicorn, I have asked for what I wanted, but thank you for approving what we need, because environmental justice, climate justice is a through line to all of the issues the city is trying to solve. Thank you for your time this evening.
All right, Robin McEnroth and Sierra Masklik.
Good evening. My name is Robin McEnroth. I'm a foster pet parent, and in my spare time, I volunteer for Best Friends Animal Sanctuary, the Humane Society of Charlotte, Providence Meadows Assisted Living, and the Matthews Library. I wanted to thank the council for your recent proposals in regards to funding a couple important items for the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Animal Care and Control for fiscal year '26. The first is the advocating for funds for the new shelter expansion project and pet adoption center. And the second is to move the animal control under the general services budget. I strongly support the new pet adoption center and general expansion because as you've heard from others, the numbers are higher than ever in terms of intake. The pets are staying longer, and honestly, we need the expanded capacity that new center will provide. It also will be designed with life-saving programs in mind and to make adoption more accessible to more communities in the greater Charlotte area. Second, I strongly support moving animal control under the general services budget. As we've heard before, we hope that realignment will result in a higher priority for animal life-saving issues and also allow the shelter to attract and retain the staff that they need to effectively operate the shelter. As you've heard from others, there are a couple items that we didn't see proposed in the council's recommendations, and those are the fact that CMAQ requested extra support staff. And second, as you've heard others say, we would like a more direct reporting relationship and align to decision makers like the city manager and others that have authority over funding decisions so that animal care and control can have faster access to more life-saving programs. Thank you very much for your support. We know we can do better, and thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Sierra, thank you.
Ooh, that was loud.
Okay, I'm Sierra. I'm also an advocate for Charlotte Animal Care and Control. Within the past 2 years, this will be my third city council speech, and I think my 10th time attending. I've lost track in regards to animal care and control. So I've sat through a lot of city council meetings, and most speeches I've witnessed do bring up, while valid, issues, concerns, and complaints. But last time I was at city council, there was actually someone who came up and just signed up specifically to thank you guys. And I thought that was awesome. And I want to just mostly stand here and say thank you for listening to us, hearing us, and I want everyone else here to know that you're giving speeches and feel confident that it's not falling on silent ears, like your city really is listening to you. So mostly thank you for voicing your support for the future 2026 fiscal year budget to include, like others have mentioned, additional animal adoption center for Charlotte ACC, which is part of the shelter expansion project. Additionally, integrating ACC into general services. Like others mentioned, we could go a little bit further here, and I hope we can. Acknowledging the need for additional kennels is important, but if we don't get additional staff on top of that, then we're gonna lack staff for feeding, cleaning, medical, all that. So without more help, the additional kennel space is lost in this ever-growing Charlotte population. Additionally, like others have mentioned, it would be awesome if the ACC director could report to general services in order to decrease the layers between the director and the city manager. So again, I really just want to say thank you for hearing us and allowing me to be here again.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Liz Clausen-Kelly. And it will be followed by Evan Schultz as well. Thank you. Hey, how are you doing?
Good evening, Mayor and members of City Council. It's great to be here tonight. I'm Liz Clausen-Kelly. I serve as the CEO of Refabob, and I'm joined tonight by our Chief Program Officer, Kaydon Grinnell, and multiple members of our Day Services Center staff. And we're honored to be part of the People's Budget, which so many people are here tonight in support of. We consider ourselves at Roof Above your partner in addressing and ending homelessness in this community. And we're asking that we officially become your financial partner this year, and specifically specifically in support of the operations of our Day Service Center campus. You might know it originally as Urban Ministry Center. It's the campus created to serve our neighbors who are unsheltered. There we meet people's basic needs, things like a daily lunch and access to showers. We get hundreds of pieces of mail every day for people who don't have a stable mailing address. Then we're also connecting people to shelter and housing solutions. Every day we serve around 350 people, and over the course of the year we'll serve more than 2,400 people. And this campus was born through partnership between the business community and faith community, and it has been private fundraising that has kept that campus going for the last decades. But as we are facing increased operating costs and increased demand, we've seen a 20% increase in the people served over the last year. We are seeking a new partner, so we ask that you will consider our application to become a financial partner with the city for our Day Services Center. I'll be inviting you out to come visit us, so hope that you will come visit us and consider this request in your FY26 budget.
Thank you. Evan?
Thank you. Esteemed council members, this month, 3 years ago, my departed friend, the late John Holmes, revived Critical Mass, a people's protest for accessible and safe streets. Since that day in May of 2022, I have been actively engaged in city politics. Yet budgetary commitment to a safe, accessible city continues to fall short, as reflected in the past 2 weeks. On May 1st, one young cyclist was struck down on a mission of faith, and last Friday, another cyclist died because of drivers in the Woodlawn Chick-fil-A line at an intersection in need of re-engineering. You may remember that John's activism began under similar circumstances. The community area plans for our city constantly emphasize a transition to multimodal transit and community activity centers. The Park Road Shopping Center is presently labeled a multimodal community activity center, yet the entire complex is built solely and unequivocally for cars. In this budget, I see only $8 million for cycling infrastructure, half of which is biannual, and $63 million for cars. Many of the cyclists you do not see are invisible because they cannot risk their lives on a road like Woodlawn or Beatty's Ford, with no fixed infrastructure to protect them. I must then ask why this budget allocates $20 million for private jets and $400 million for luxury of air travel over protected cycling and pedestrian infrastructure, new buses and bus routes, especially under immense political pressure from the state legislature to show commitment to transport alternatives for a sales tax increase. Firstly, I ask City Council to reconsider their budgetary prioritization of luxury air travel over services and infrastructure for tax-paying constituents. Secondly, I ask City Council to reevaluate and re-engineer existing multimodal and transit infrastructure for non-car accessibility and safety. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, our next two speakers are Greg Jarrell and Rodney McGill.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is Greg Jarrell of the Redress Movement. I have a couple of our local leaders who are presenting you with 1,000 postcards that have been signed by Charlotte residents in support of the people's budget that you have seen offered to you. So we've got this nice tall stack that we're going to leave somewhere. Tell us where. Right over there with the clerk?
Right over here at the clerk's office.
In addition to this voice of community support that we're offering to you, I wanted to give you a little glimpse into a couple of voices from the past by digging into the archives. In 1978, winter of 1978, activist and journalist and a meddlesome attorney named Ted Follett began pushing for a heating mandate inside the city housing code. Over the course of the months that followed around that activism, there were a number of concerns that landlords would refuse to comply, that landlords would refuse to rent to tenants and thereby take houses off the market, that poor people could not afford heat and therefore ought not to have a choice as to whether to have it to use, that this was government overreach, or that cost would simply be passed on to poor people beyond what they could afford despite the availability of federal public dollars to assist in this effort at that time. Now, of course, we simply think of heating as a fundamental right that is required by law and by decency in every household. So, one simple vote over the course of several months changed that. And now we would look back and ask why it took so long into the year 1979 to require it. One simple vote can change our mandate for air conditioning, and the only thing that will seem unusual about it down the road is why it took until the year 2025 to make that happen. Thank you. Have a good one.
Thank you. All right, Jessica Lefowitz. I'm sorry. You're coming. Okay, go ahead, Rodney.
Okay, good evening, everybody. I had to prepare
Hello.
a speech, but I got like 10 speeches. I can't say none of them right now. I want to come up here and represent my organization, the Save Our Children movement, and the People's Budget. I noticed difficult decisions making a budget out, but I just implore all of y'all to know that, especially y'all that's been on the west side, that when you go inside them neighborhoods on the west side, it's a lot of children running around all day, every day, and that's what we do for 11 years. That's what we've been doing for 11 years. The People Budget is an organization that we become part of, and I see the Roof Above and Block Love and all the different organizations like ATV, organizations that we work with daily. And I wanted to come up here and ask y'all, when you're making your decisions and you're making your money decisions and all those things, just consider what organizations like the Save Our Children movement does every day, and what the members in the People's Budget do every day. I don't have a lot of statistics to give you, but I get a lot of them. I just want to make sure that I came up and spoke for my constituents. All right, thank y'all.
Thank you.
Hey, hey, hey. Jessica. Hey, thank you, members of Charlotte City Government, for allowing me to speak today. My name is Jessica Lefkowitz. I'm the founder and executive director of Hearts for the Invisible. Our primary program is Homeless Street Outreach. We represent the most vulnerable individuals in Mecklenburg County, specifically Charlotte. We've mentioned tonight about the folks that are in Uptown, unhoused. We represent the moms in the cars with their children. We represent the people with mental illness that sleep on the benches in the benches of Uptown. We represent 289 children that went through our program in the last 2 years. We've served 1,133 individuals, and this team is small. This is a team of 5 case managers that served over 1,100 individuals. We've had 661 positive exits out of our program, and 214 of those individuals went into permanent housing. I'm saying all that to say the power of street outreach is big, it's mighty, and it's impactful. And I want to say thank you for funding us over the last couple of years. But I definitely wanted to make sure that you guys understood the impact that it makes. I am here because we need to expand that impact. And I also want to say thank you to our partners, Roof Above back there. We partner heavily with them, and with their efforts, we've made a lot of progress in this city. But we need more. We need an emergency response to homelessness. We're getting the phone calls from your offices, from Mecklenburg County offices. We are in the CLT Plus app now. We are in 311. So the calls for service for unhoused is just getting larger and larger, and we are having difficulties meeting the demand, but that doesn't stop us every day from doing this work. So we are pleading for you to still support our work. Thank you so much. Thank you, Jessica.
Our next 2 speakers are Tina Shaw and Bobby Drakeford.
We're getting there.
Good evening, council members. My name is Tina Scholl, and I'm an associate professor of history at UNC Charlotte. I live in East Charlotte. I strongly support the People's Budget, and particularly the $2 million request for the pilot program so landlords can add AC units to 400 apartments not equipped with air conditioning. I'm an environmental, social, and public historian. I direct a research project called Climate Inequality, CLT, that maps data and records stories about how climate change and its unequal impacts impact residents here in Charlotte. We collaborate with climate scientists and researchers and students and the Charlotte Heat Mappers and Charlotte-Mecklenburg climate leaders and community organizations. Researching climate justice and inequality, I know that the climate crisis is what many call a threat multiplier. According to the Strategic Energy Action Plan, Charlotte has seen a 300% increase in extreme heat days. Heat is the #1 climate-related killer in the United States, and this is an accelerator for premature death. Science needs to inform urban adaptation planning, but so does history. In our work, we've studied and documented, including in a recent exhibit that I curated at the Levine Museum, the legacies of redlining and segregation place additional health and environmental justice burdens on low-income and communities of color here in our city. It's time to redress past wrongs and build a just future. The county can give over $100 million to a COP city. That is not climate justice. Support the people's budget and pass $2 million for an air conditioning units pilot program. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council and Manager. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Bobby Drakeford, and I'm here on behalf of the Black Political Caucus as the Economic Development Committee Chair, as well as the first Vice Chair. And we're here in support of the people's budget. We've had an opportunity to work with the Action North Carolina, as well as the Redress Movement and several organizations, and we find that their goals are very much aligned with ours. We have endorsed this through our executive committee. We have further discussion to make, but the chair is supportive of it in particular. So we'd like to say thank you for listening to the people's budget. Thanks for everybody for coming out here tonight, and we're proud to be part of that. Again, their goals align with ours. I'd also like to speak as an individual and ask a question about the budget, in particular regarding the opportunity corridors. Thank you for funding that. My question regards to components of it. If I've asked this question, I'd like to get some information on the breakdown between things such as sidewalks, stormwater, marketing, investment, loans. What are the loan terms? I don't have a particular interest about which areas have been invested in, but I'd just like to know how they break down. So thank you for all your work. Thank you for staying here so late tonight and all your commitment to improving our community. Thank you.
Allison can help you with the breakdown of the opportunities. So if you want to do that now or later, okay? All right. There's Allison right there. Yeah. Okay. Our next speaker is Shobita Shires.
We had a wait list.
What's next? Shobita Shires. Oh, the baby girl.
Hello. Good evening. My name is Shobita Suresh, and I'm a member of Young Mech Dems. I'm also the Southland Precinct Chair, Precinct 22, and I work in sustainability. However, today I'm speaking on behalf of Chris Miller. 3 years ago this month, John Holmes revived Charlotte Critical Mass, a people's protest for safe streets after a cyclist was killed. Since then, I've been active in city politics. You see us every month, you hear cyclists at the ballot box, and still the budget falls short of building a truly accessible city. On May 1st, a young cyclist was struck. Last Friday, Bill Yoder was killed at the Park and Woodlawn intersection, blocked by cars in a drive-through line. Chris met Bill 2 years ago when he moved into a nearby condo. Bill had seizures and couldn't drive, but cycling gave him freedom. They often crossed paths on the Greenway, ran into each other at grocery stores, and talked at HOA events. In one of their last conversations, Bill shared that his condition was under control, and he planned to keep riding. That intersection and many others still lacks protected infrastructure. Yet this year's budget includes just $8 million for cycling, half of it biannual, and $63 million for cars. Meanwhile, designated multimodal activity centers like Park Road Shopping Center remain built for drivers alone. I ask that City Council to prioritize infrastructure that serves all residents, because for people like Chris and Bill and countless others, cycling isn't just a lifestyle, it's freedom. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to say thank you to all of you that are still sitting here and that you've listened to hearing from your fellow residents, and you've spoken up for the people, and you've spoken up for the things that we try very hard to determine what can we do next to make it even better. And we're grateful for that. We're not probably going to be able to do everything that's asked, but we will give it our best try to make sure that it's in an equitable way, and it will be the way that we can look at those with the least of us. So thank you, everyone, for being a part of this, a lot of conversation, but so much needed in this space at this time. So with this, I'm going to ask for closing the budget.
Need a motion to do so?
So motion, yes, we have a motion to close and a second. And I then now want to ask them.
Who made the second, please?
Ms. Brown
I'm
was
sorry,
the
Ms.
second.
Brown
Ms.
made.
Molina was the second. I was
Which one was
first.
second?
I was second too, but
Second.
oh, yes, at the same time.
So
It don't
with
matter.
that, all in favor of the motion to close the public hearing, raise your hand. All right, that's unanimous. And I'd like to now recognize the manager.
Hi, Aubrey.
Thank you, Mayor and members of council. I'll have a very short,
Maybe a minute, give it a moment.
okay.
Oh, my. Hey, Greg.
Where's Greg?
Good to see you.
Yeah. More. We're District 4.
Phipps sitting right in front of the center.
I know.
Mr. Phipps?
I know, he waved. Greg did wave. Oh, that's a wave right now. How's the grandchild? Good.
Your grandson.
Okay, let's go ahead.
Okay, so thank you, Mayor and members of council. Many times during the manager's report, I talk about many of our heroes, whether it's firefighters or whether it's police officers or solid waste workers. I wanted to talk about a hero who's internal tonight, so I'll embarrass Sheila Simpson just a little bit. And I want to talk a little bit about our Employee Rental Assistance Program. This is for employees facing housing instability. It's a partnership with Commonwealth Charlotte. So it has three components: a one-time payment assistance, financial counseling, and emergency loans. This is a partnership between Human Resources and Housing and Neighborhood Services. But what's important is that 2 employees were placed in housing in April. And I wanted to give you this report in April, and I'm glad I waited. Those 2 employees, one had been living in a hotel for months with their family, and they now have a stable housing. Another hadn't had stable housing since their spouse passed, and we're getting support through this program will help them and with their children have a stable home. But last week, Sheila really hit pay dirt, and 4 additional employees received housing from this program. So it's just important that a lot of times the departments like HR or IT or internal audit really don't get some of the credit for really trying to do things for our employees. So Sheila, thank you for what you've done with this program, which I remember years ago council said, hey, what can you do for our employees to make sure that they have housing? So Sheila, thank you.
Thank you very much, Sheila. Ms. Mayfield.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, Manager, follow-up question. Sheila, congratulations. Thank you for the work that you're doing. As we think about the fact that we now have a department, and I appreciate you hearing from council that there was a desire to support our employees. We are in our budget cycle. We have had conversations. Yes, we are looking at some potential budget shortfalls. Unfortunately, I do hate the fact that I was ill last week and was not here for the presentation, but the fact that we have to have a department that has a very specific purpose to help our employees to get access to assistance speaks volumes. I appreciate, again, the fact that we have it. I would appreciate more if our employees had the ability to access a salary for them to be able to live in our city. And/or when we are looking at, and this could be a different conversation that I think has a possibility to be referred to the Housing and Public Safety Committee, and that is us updating our language where when we are looking to use any tax dollars to approve projects, whether that is a for sale or a multifamily project, then that project we have a set aside specifically for our employees to give them an opportunity, honestly, for first access. I don't care what we title it. I don't care how we do it. But if we are using the dollars, whether it is a $6 million write-off or an $8 million support, if we're going to rehab a hotel or buy a hotel, and we are going to then turn around and add additional millions of dollars to rehab that space for housing, along with us looking at our pay, there are other opportunities for us to look at through our language for our employees and their families to have first access. But that is something that I think if my chair would agree, and if the mayor would agree, would be a great discussion for us to have in Housing and Public Safety Committee.
Thank you for that comment. So now we have a few items left on our business agenda. If everyone is ready to get back into the normal business of, our first one is the van donation to Mecklenburg County for CARES Team Operations. Adopt a resolution authorizing the donation of this van to the county. Do I have a motion? And a second?
Second.
Any comments? Hearing none, all in favor, raise your hand. Anyone opposed? Okay, let's go to the next one, it's item 17, action which is adopt a resolution authorizing the manager to negotiate and execute grant agreements with the Federal Rail Administration, as well as adopt the budget ordinance appropriating $3 million.
Motion to adopt A and B.
Second.
We have a motion to A and B. Any questions or comments? Hearing none, all in favor, raise your hand. Anyone opposed? Okay. The next one is item 18, adopt a resolution authorizing the manager to execute a municipal agreement with the North Carolina Department of Transportation.
Motion to adopt A and B, Madam Mayor.
Motion and a second for A and B. Any questions or comments? All right. I'm sorry. We had the second. I thought Ms.
I was the second, Ms. Molina was
Ms.
first.
Molina was first and second, okay. So is there any, you want to comment?
Yes, ma'am, really
Yes,
quickly.
please.
I'll be quick. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to highlight this one because I was really excited to see the partnership from the North Carolina Department of Transportation to reamortize these funds so that we could widen a road in the far east area of East Charlotte. So I've actually touted this to some neighbors today, and they all were pretty excited, so thank you for that.
All right, all in favor, please raise your hand. Anyone opposed? All right, that one passes. The next one is 19, to have an agreement with Helping Hands Outreach H20 Foundation and authorize the payment of help to Helping Hands Outreach in the amount equivalent to communications rental revenue on Charlotte water towers for the duration of the agreement, authorizing the city manager to renew and amend the agreement consistent with the purpose.
Motion to adopt A, B, and C.
Second.
Motion to adopt A, B, and C. We have a first and a second. Any comments? Do we?
Madam Mayor.
Uh-huh.
Just want to quickly shout out Ms. Charles. She sat here throughout the end of the meeting. A noble effort indeed, Ms. Charles, but thank you for all the work and your leadership for Charlotte Water. We were talking about you earlier up on the second floor and your leadership, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right, so all in favor?
Oh, look at that. That is pretty cool, yeah.
Very cool. I know. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor, please raise your hands. Okay, thank you. The next item. Here we go. So the next items, I hope that you've provided the clerk the information for the nominations to the various committees, and the clerk will, do you want to do this evening or tomorrow? Information? This evening, let's go. Madam Clerk.
Mayor and council, there are several boards of which there are 6 nominations, which means at the end of this, you could make a motion and a second to appoint these individuals, and we'll bring back any that did not receive the appropriate number of votes. We'll bring that back at the next business meeting. For the Business Advisory Committee, Manuel Campbell, Michelle Caffino, and the incumbent Christopher Dayberry each received 6 nominations. For the Charlotte Mecklenburg Public Access Corporation, Daniel Freeman received 7 nominations. We will have to bring back the Firefighters Relief Fund Board of Trustees to you on May 27th. For the Historic District Commission, the incumbent Heather Wojcik received 6 nominations, as did the incumbent Brett Taylor and Cameron Holtz. They received 7 nominations. And finally, for Keep Charlotte Beautiful, Lucy Cruz, Montravius King, and the incumbent Jacqueline Roseborough each received 7 nominations.
Move by acclamation.
Second.
I'm sorry, I missed you.
I said,
Move by acclamation.
Ms. Mayfield.
thank you, Madam Mayor. The motion was to move by acclamation those who received over a certain number.
Gotcha.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Any discussion on that motion? So do we have a
Ms. Ashmira.
second to the
I did
motion?
second it.
You seconded? Okay, so all in favor, please raise your hands for those appointments, okay.
Congratulations,
done.
Montravius.
What's that?
All right, do we have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
All right, all in favor of that motion?
Second, yeah.
All in favor of that motion, move on. All right, thank you.